Chapter 686. Chapter 686. Mining is very important. Chapter 686. Mining is very important. Yu Dehong sighed inwardly when he heard Qian use words. So, these people were the traitors. Most of the team from before had perished, leaving only these two alive. And now it was their turn. The path of immortality was fraught with challenges, resources were scarce, and competition was inevitable. It was up to the individual to decide how to become stronger. It seemed that his methods were inferior to theirs. Are they already here then? Jiang Hao asked. Senior brother Jiang, you've already figured it out. There's no need to ask further. The rumors were true. I must say your skills are exceptional, said Qian. Ning Shuang took a step back. Jiang Hao noticed it but didn't pay much attention. He thought she would wait for the right moment to flee. Perhaps it was because she hadn't fled in the earlier encounter, and the situation had worsened. She was more careful this time. Sure enough, a magical treasure emanated, and Ning Shuang's presence faded. By the time someone noticed, it was too late. Qian Yu noticed it as Ning Shuang disappeared. She was shocked. How could the seemingly frail woman vanish without a trace? If only she had been more observant, Ning Shuang wouldn't have slipped away unnoticed. As it turned out, she had been pretending to be naive and frail. She just used others and didn't care if others were in danger. We're done for, Qian Yu said in despair. Her betrayal would be exposed to the sect now because one of the people had escaped. She intended to leave the sect and never return. Jiang Hao watched and then focused on his aura. He closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Yu Dehong was astonished and had intended to help him, but he fell to the ground as well. Thud! Yu Dehong fell, but Jiang Hao, on the other hand, stopped halfway and then stood up again. Qian Yu and Qian Shi were shocked. What on earth was happening? Why was he acting so strangely? Jiang Hao remained calm and looked at the approaching figures. There were 3 people. Among them, 2 were in the early stage and 1 was in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. 3 people at the primordial spirit realm to capture a golden core realm cultivator like me? Seriously? Said Jiang Hao. Somebody paid a high price for your life. We didn't really want to come. After all, this place is in the middle of a battle and extremely dangerous for us. But someone offered too much for your death, the middle-aged man in charge said. Spirit stones? Jiang Hao asked. It was likely related to the Sunset Immortal sect. He hadn't expected that their long-standing enmity would be rekindled. Can you tell me who paid you? I deserve to know if I'm going to die anyway, said Jiang Hao. The son of Elder Gui of the Sunset Immortal sect, Gui Yun, the middle-aged man said. Jiang Hao had thought they would refuse to reveal the name, but he didn't expect the information to be so easily given. Jiang Hao appraised the man to see if he was speaking the truth. Indeed, he was. In that case, let's not waste any more time. After all, this place isn't very safe, Jiang Hao said. Politely. You're really looking out for, the middle-aged man said with a smirk, but he found that his vision was already blurring. Then, he fell to the ground. He was dead before he could even complete his words. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, especially Qian Yu and Qian Shi. It was almost unbelievable. However, the 2 early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivators reacted quickly. One attempted to attack while the other tried to escape. Unfortunately, the sword light swept by, and moonlight shone brightly. Their figures disappeared like wisps of smoke. Jiang Hao collected the 3 storage treasures and turned to look at the 2 juniors. Senior brother, this is all a misunderstanding, Qian Yu said in fear. She couldn't have dreamed that this Golden Core Realm Senior could take down Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators in a single blow. How had they encountered such a horrifying person? Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. Then, he swung his sword, and their world was enveloped by the blade's light. After dealing with the bodies, Jiang Hao looked at senior brother Yu Dehong, who was still unconscious. We can't continue traveling together. It will definitely become more dangerous. If I travel with others, I will surely be discovered, Jiang Hao muttered. With his current strength, he could escape. However, it would be a problem if other sect members were present. He didn't want to take any action at this moment. Since he had come out this time, he decided to continue staying here. However, he didn't know what kind of danger he might encounter. People from the Sunset Immortal sect had already arrived. The Heavenly Saint sect, the Fallen Immortal clan, Feng Hua, and Yin Wei might be around here too. It was undoubtedly very dangerous. He had no choice but to remain outside the sect. If he couldn't fight, they could always use the 1,000 Miles teleportation talisman to escape and return to the sect. Hopefully, by that time, Golden Core Realm cultivators would no longer be needed. After leaving some subtle magic to awaken senior brother Yu Dehong, Jiang Hao vanished from the spot. He would head to either the Black Heaven sect or the Sunset Immortal sect to investigate the matter. He decided to find a mine and dig for ores. It was important for him right now. The enemies were not as important as digging for ores in the mine. After all, it was far from easy to make the enemy lose his trail completely. He would have to wait until he reached the Immortal Ascension platform to infiltrate the Sunset Immortal sect. For now, his focus was on finding the nearest cave with mines. Once he had determined the location of the nearest mine, Jiang Hao set off quickly. He didn't want to go to a regular mine, but rather a more profitable one. His first target was the mining site of the Black Heaven sect, which was fortunately not very far away from his sect. Otherwise, he would have to choose another location. The appearance of a Grand Earth Emperor might trigger the emergence of the Xuanyuan sword. That would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. He couldn't be close when that happened. It would be like jumping headfirst into the fire pit. It took Jiang Hao 7 days to reach the vicinity of the Black Heaven sect's mining site. It was a vast mining site that surrounded an entire mountain. Jiang Hao concealed his presence from others' perceptions. In this way, he could dig in peace for some time. He would only leave if he was chased away. There were strong individuals guarding the mining site, so Jiang Hao didn't dare to barge in. However, he used his divine ability to appraise one of the individuals. He then discreetly entered the mine by assuming the identity of one of the inner sect disciples. In the mine, Jiang Hao led a group of miners toward a mine shaft. His official role was to supervise others, but his real goal was to mine. He had some people with him to assist in overseeing the miners. The miners were mostly individuals who had committed crimes or were from the demonic sect. Using ordinary people for mining would be too slow, so these individuals were more suitable. "Senior, have you thought about the matter I mentioned to you last time?" One of the miners approached Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was puzzled. What matter is it now? Chapter 687, Chapter 687. He must have been possessed. Chapter 687. He must have been possessed. The leader Jiang Hao replaced in this place was an ordinary disciple of the Black Heaven sect's inner sect. After reaching the Foundation establishment realm, his cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he came to the mining site in search of a job. He hoped to find opportunities here. He arrived and never left, and before he knew it, it had been several decades. During this time, he progressed from the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Golden Core realm. It wasn't because he had any extraordinary encounters. It was mainly because he was ruthless in dealing with matters and gained many benefits from the mining site. Jiang Hao took notice of this and decided to replace him. If someone was just an honest cultivator, he didn't want to have conflicts with them. He didn't want to disrupt their peaceful lives. Ruthless people usually brought a lot of trouble. Jiang Hao had considered that already. But little did he know that there was more to the situation. He glanced at the miners around him and found that the person standing next to him was ignored by the others. He realized that this person had always been like this, and he might have allowed him to do that. Upon closer observation, he found that the miner in front of him looked like he was in his 30s or 40s and was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He felt like he had seen this person somewhere before. "How long have you been in the mine?" Jiang Hao suddenly asked. The miner QPPMPD Roenricht HP didn't NNDPRQTNND WHV thick kneener. Suddenly asking that question. "About 14 years, he said truthfully. Jiang Hao nodded. The other person, however, seemed to be somewhat worried. "Senior, are you going to make a decision soon?" "Let's wait and see for now. There is no rush," Jiang Hao casually said. Indeed, there was no rush. He didn't know how long he would have to stay here, so he might as well start mining first. The other things didn't concern him. For now, he just decided to stall for time. Seeing this, the miner didn't say anything more. "It seems like he still has some time to spare," Jiang Hao muttered to himself in silence. If the person appeared anxious, it meant that whatever decision he was asking about was indeed urgent. That would make things difficult for everyone. As they entered the mine, the people around them began mining. The treatment of the miners here was similar to that in the Heavenly Note sect. The only difference was that there was no lawless tower here to suppress people and lower their cultivation. So, there were many restrictions on miners at the Foundation establishment realm. Once they started working, it was easy to trigger them. If they could advance to the Golden Core realm, they could leave the mining site. However, Jiang Hao wasn't concerned about that. Mining began, and Jiang Hao watched from the side. He was in no hurry to participate. After waiting for a while and making sure that there were no issues around, he approached the ore and gently touched it. He felt that the ores here were harder than in the usual places. "Senior, at this rate we might not be able to meet our quota for this month," said a Foundation establishment realm disciple who looked to be in his 30s. Jiang Hao turned to look at him. It seemed like he had reached a dead end and was trying to find some opportunities here. They locked eyes for a moment, and the junior quickly lowered his head and apologized. He then said he was sure that the senior might have his own arrangement. Jiang Hao felt that the person in front of him was particularly afraid of the person he had disguised himself as. "What arrangements do you think I have?" he asked. "Like letting these people work faster and catching up in half a month," the Foundation establishment realm disciple said. Jiang Hao observed the others carefully, and he realized that the miners' conditions were not good. Their physical health was below average, which was why their output was low. The miners trembled in fear. "Do you think that's fair?" Jiang Hao asked. "Senior brother, your decision will always be right," said the Foundation establishment realm disciple. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He realized that this senior must have been a ruthless person before. "Let's just work as usual for now, and you keep an eye on them." Jiang Hao shook his head and took out his mining tools. Then, he started digging. Clang! Clang! One rock after another fell to the ground. As the ores fell, white bubbles appeared. It had been a long time since he had last dug up ores. As he absorbed the bubbles, Jiang Hao felt some of his frustration and anxiety being washed away. Finally, he was on the right path in life. He didn't like scheming and fighting. He didn't like killing others. If circumstances hadn't forced him, there would be no blades in his hands. If he could keep mining like this, he wouldn't have any complaints. After that, he stopped thinking and began mining. The collision of the pickaxe with the rocks sounded very clear. His speed and strength were remarkable. The people around him looked on with fearful expressions. However, they quickly started mining and attempted to keep up with his pace. They knew that if they didn't keep up, there would be trouble. However, Jiang Hao was physically fit. How could the tired miners keep up with him? In just an hour, many of them had returned to their previous speed or were even slower than before. Everyone braced themselves for the torment they would suffer. They waited for the supervisor to stop digging. Noon arrived, and they thought it was time. However, the supervisor continued digging. They thought he would have stopped by now, but he didn't. In the evening, it was time to eat, and the supervisor finally stopped. But he only said one thing and resumed mining. "Everyone, have your meal and rest, then continue." The supervisor didn't eat. He continued mining. After dinner, as they listened to the supervisor's sounds of digging, they felt increasingly uneasy. It had been a whole day. What torment would they have to endure later? At night, the mining site was about to close. Reluctantly, Jiang Hao put away his tools. Today's harvest was good. He had obtained 2 blue bubbles. The Black Heaven sect indeed had remarkable resources. Work is done for today. We'll continue tomorrow, Jiang Hao said as he looked at everyone. The miners all lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. They had waited to be punished, but 5 days had passed like that. They realized that the supervisor had done nothing other than mining, and he even reminded them to take breaks while he continued to work. Was this really the same supervisor? He must have been possessed by something. Chapter 688 Chapter 688 The Light of the Righteous Path. Chapter 688 The Light of the Righteous Path. For 5 consecutive days, mining proceeded as usual. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had a 5-day concealment talisman, but he had only used it for 3 days. He had been betting that they wouldn't come looking for him for 3 days. It seemed to be the case that both the Heavenly Saints sect and the others didn't put in much effort to find him. It made sense when he thought about it. A Golden Core Realm cultivator wasn't worth their full attention. After the 6th day, Jiang Hao used the concealment talisman again. This time, he used it for 5 days. This meant he could mine in peace for another 5 days, which was good. He had made good progress. He had obtained 13 blue bubbles. If he continued like this, he would be able to advance in a little over a month. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to continue mining until the sect stopped the fighting and he could return. He hoped the fighting would last longer. Once the fighting ceased, the sect would look for him. The law enforcement hall was efficient, and as a person on their suspect list, he would be found and taken back sooner or later. He continued mining until early August. Jiang Hao noticed that the people around him were looking at him differently. They looked at him in shock and disbelief. He didn't pay much attention to it. What others thought of him was none of his concern, as long as they didn't suspect his identity. But others didn't think the same way. A female miner couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Hao. Her hands were bloody from the cuts, but she was used to it. What really surprised her was the supervisor's behavior. They hadn't been punished, and they had passed 10 days without any incident. At that moment, she saw the supervisor suddenly make a move. He swung his hand and threw a long sword, which flew directly toward her. A powerful aura erupted. Once it made contact, it would undoubtedly kill her. How could someone like him change? The punishment was just much later than before. Clang! As the woman closed her eyes and waited for death, a metallic sound echoed behind her. She instinctively turned to see a strange stone monster pinned to the wall. The monster was just 2 steps away from her. If not for the sword, she would be dead. "Stay alert," Jiang Hao said. In an instant, the entire mine was in an uproar, especially the woman. She looked at Jiang Hao's back. She was now 100% sure that this person wasn't the same supervisor as before. "Pass me my sword," Jiang Hao said. The woman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately wiped the blood and dirt from her hands. She pulled out the sword and handed it to Jiang Hao. He took the sword and glanced at her hands. "You can rest today." "What?" The woman was shocked. "Your physical health is too weak and your speed is slow. Rest up and then continue mining," Jiang Hao said calmly. The woman looked at the man before her. She had never felt like this before. It was as if she was being treated like a person. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she said, "You must be the light of the righteous path." When she realized what she had said, she lowered her head and retreated. Jiang Hao didn't mind. The light of the righteous path. He was just an inner sect disciple of a demonic sect. He couldn't be the light of any righteous path. Tomorrow would be the last day. The concealment talisman would disappear, and he would have to rely on his fate for the next 5 days. If nobody came to find him in those 5 days, he could continue using the concealment talisman. He still had 5 days left. However, on this day, the miner from before found him. His name was Feng Wei. Jiang Hao had already learned about his background and realized why he seemed familiar. He had checked it before just to see what was going on. While he didn't know exactly what kind of relationship this person shared with the real supervisor, this new development indicated something. There had been a new discovery, and as a miner, Feng Wei couldn't act on his own. He needed someone to accompany him. Apart from that, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel that the supervisor had reached the Foundation establishment realm in someone else's mining site. If he were to return to the Heavenly Note sect now, he should be in a much better position. At least the mining site there was better than this one. The light inside has stabilized, and the best chance will be in 3 days, Feng Wei whispered. Tomorrow night, Jiang Hao said. He would mine for 1 more day and then it would be evening, which would be the right time to go and check. If there were any problems, he could return immediately. After all, they would come looking for him at any time. All right. Feng Wei nodded. Jiang Hao looked at him and wanted to ask how he had achieved the Foundation establishment realm. In the end, he didn't ask. Perhaps he would never realize that the senior who had given him a pill out of kindness had already reached the Golden Core realm. Just 17 or 18 years had passed since then. That night, Jiang Hao took out all the storage treasures he had obtained. During this period, he hadn't had the time to check them one by one. He needed to take a look now. There were a total of 9 storage treasures. The first 3 only contained some trivial items. They did have some spirit stones, but the total only added up to 3,000. It was meager, and there weren't even a few ordinary magical items. He had no idea where the Blood Shadow Sex people had spent the spirit stones. Eleni next to were better. Elne contained a total OT-TMR-2000 spirit stones, along with some pills and magical items. The total value was probably around 50,000. This was what was unspent. If the people hadn't spent the money, it would have been even more. The person from the Sunset Immortal sect has a great background, Jiang Hao said with envy. The last one contained 200 spirit stones, which was still a good harvest. In total, the spirit stones were 41,265. In addition to what he had on him, he now had around 46,000 spirit stones. It's somewhat unexpected. I've become wealthy again. The spirit beast will receive more gift. After packing up his belongings, Jiang Hao closed his eyes to rest. He waited for a new day to arrive. The following night, Jiang Hao watched the mine with some reluctance. He didn't know if he could continue mining after tonight. He was still some distance away from reaching the next stage of his cultivation realm. In the dead of night, he and Feng Wei walked through the mine. Feng Wei explained many things to him. He had discovered the location, and only he could enter it. It wasn't easy for others to enter, even if they found it. So, there was no need to worry. For now, only the 2 of them were aware of it. Jiang Hao glanced at Feng Wei. He knew that he suspected he might not be the real supervisor. He didn't care about that. He was just passing through here temporarily. He didn't want to cause any major trouble, nor did he want to make friends with anyone. Jiang Hao felt that there was a change in the surroundings, as if something was altering his perception. It's not a natural formation. It's influenced from the inside, Jiang Hao said. Feng Wei looked at the man beside him in surprise. Then, he nodded. Yes, I suspect there's an extraordinary formation inside. Have you studied it? Jiang Hao was surprised. You might not believe it, Senior, but I was stuck at the 9th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm for a long time before I reached the Foundation Establishment realm. To not appear so useless, I studied formations. Later, I encountered some documents related to formations and gained some knowledge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find this place, Feng Wei said with a bitter smile. Jiang Hao nodded. Those days must have been tough. Feng Wei was surprised. For a moment, he began to understand why the miners had privately referred to this person as the light of the righteous path. This was the most righteous person they had ever seen. Chapter 689 Chapter 689 Encountering a Rare Ore Vein. Chapter 689 Encountering a Rare Ore Vein. Jiang Hao looked around and felt that this place was indeed unusual, but it didn't seem to offer any mining benefits. He could only explore it. After a while, they arrived at a narrow passage. It was just wide enough for one person to pass through. Feng Wei turned to Jiang Hao. I'll go ahead. Jiang Hao nodded. He wasn't worried about being trapped or kicked out. He was merely curious and didn't care whether he obtained anything. He didn't need that many chances. The opportunities he already had were enough for a lifetime. There was no need to strive for more. If he kept his mental state calm, he wouldn't be influenced by external factors and could continue forward. Sometimes, external opportunities were attractive, but they might disrupt his original path to success. These opportunities often came with risks, and if he were dragged into trouble and couldn't mine or cultivate spirit herbs, it could destroy his original opportunities. The passage was not short, and Jiang Hao followed Feng Wei for quite some time. Finally, they reached a spacious cave. There were many formations in this cave. It made it difficult for those who didn't understand formations. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that this junior was quite knowledgeable in formations. We're here. Feng Wei stood at the edge of the cave. In front of them was their intended destination. It was a massive formation that covered the entire cave. What kind of formation is this? Jiang Hao saw a formation that covered the entire cave with spiritual energy flowing within. I'll investigate. Feng Wei approached it cautiously. Jiang Hao nodded and activated his daily appraisal ability. Rare veins. Jiang Hao had an idea of what that meant. It was a forgotten formation, which meant that no one knew what existed on the other side. If he could pass through unnoticed, he could mine rare ores. It should be better than what he was doing here, and his advancement to the next stage would become more achievable. He walked into the formation and felt a strange sensation. It was similar to the feeling of the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman. Can this formation conceal divine insights? Jiang Hao wondered. Perhaps because if this formation was forgotten, it meant they didn't want anyone to know about it. Now, he needed to figure out how to use it. Senior. At that point, Feng Wei approached him. This appears to be a teleportation formation, but we don't know where it leads. Using it is risky. Do you dare to do it? Jiang Hao asked. I was going to ask you that, Senior. I'm just a prisoner, and there's no hope for me. Naturally, I want to try my luck. But you have a bright future. You must think this through, Senior, Feng Wei said. No problem, Jiang Hao said softly. Let's give it a try. The risk wasn't that great according to his appraisal. He could give it a shot, but he had to be prepared to escape if things went south. In that case, I'll try to activate it, Feng Wei said. Jiang Hao nodded and didn't say much. At the center of the formation, he felt a surge of power from below, and then his entire body was enveloped by a force. With a flash of light, the scene before Jiang Hao changed. It was still a massive cave, but there were about a dozen exits, and they all showed signs of abandonment. Feng Wei looked around in excitement. He felt that he could finally escape the mines. The restriction on your body is about to activate, Jiang Hao said suddenly. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire this junior. He was indeed quite skilled. What do you plan to do, senior? Feng Wei asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer. He went into one of the caves and started mining. Soon, he found a pleasant surprise. A purple bubble dropped. This was the first pleasant surprise. There probably wouldn't be any more such bubbles in the future, but the fact that it was purple indicated the presence of rare ores in this place. I'll stay here and mine. Friend, you can explore around, Jiang Hao said. This was a rare vein and he couldn't leave. With his heavenly secrets hidden talisman, he might be able to mine here longer. If the Heavenly Note sect kept battling for a few years, he could mine here. But there was still Hongya. He couldn't conceal himself from her. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Wei. His cultivation was too weak. It would take at least a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator to threaten him. Jiang Hao shook his head. He could only take one step at a time. Feng Wei looked somewhat surprised but soon realized that this person had only come here for wealth. I'll explore around, and if I find anything, I'll come back and inform you, senior, Feng Wei said. Jiang Hao nodded and began mining. Clang! Clang! As the hoe collided with the rocks, blue bubbles kept appearing. The rate at which blue bubbles appeared was faster than before. Jiang Hao was delighted to see this, but he didn't get too smug. He left marks around the area to prevent any unexpected disaster. 5 days quickly passed, but Jiang Hao never stopped mining. Each day brought him 4 to 6 blue bubbles, along with numerous white ones. He could clearly sense the changes in his body. This place was truly a land of opportunity. In addition to mining, he also collected some ores. As for Feng Wei, he returned 3 times within 5 days. It seemed like he was exploring but hadn't found a way out yet. Jiang Hao checked his interface. Another day of mining and I'll be able to advance. He needed to advance immediately. Otnerwals, mining Turtner would be a waste. As he was about to advance, Jiang Hao focused on mining faster. The more he mined, the faster he became. Finally, in the late hours of the night, a blue bubble dropped. At this point, Jiang Hao stopped. It's full. He sighed with relief and looked back. He saw that he had mined a considerable portion of the cave. He wondered how long this vein would last, and he was unsure how many spirit stones he could get from the ores he had collected. After a while, Jiang Hao returned to the vicinity of the formation. He set up a simple formation around himself with his own defensive measures. Only then did he put his mind at ease and begin his advancement to the next stage. Chapter 690 Chapter 690. It seems like we about to find something special. Chapter 690. It seems like we about to find something special. Feng Wei looked around for a long time and walked through several tunnels. He discovered a hopeless fact: there was no way out. It was as if this place was sealed, with no way in or out. The only exit was the teleportation formation. But going back would mean death. He had disappeared for so many days. Once caught, he would surely endure unimaginable torment. With his current physical health, he couldn't bear it. He still had hope. He had hope in the person he had come here with. For the first time, he felt that working with someone could also be enjoyable. The person wouldn't kill him or use him. At first, he had prepared to be murdered, but this person did nothing except mine. Even if the ores here were exceptional, he would find a way to take them out. Otherwise, it was useless. Upon careful consideration, he understood that the person could get out of here unlike him. When he returned to the formation, Feng Wei sensed a presence. He saw that the person was sitting cross-legged and was enveloped by power. There were signs of a breakthrough. Is this an advancement? Is he going to advance to the Golden Core realm? But it didn't seem like it. His cultivation realm was low, and he couldn't discern the realm of the person in front of him, but it seemed much stronger than the Golden Core realm. After hesitating for some time, Feng Wei sat down and guarded one of the tunnel entrances to prove his goodwill. The next day, at noon, Jiang Hao suppressed the energy in his body and opened his eyes. He looked around and saw Feng Wei sitting in meditation in the distance. There was no one else nearby. He heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, after an advancement, he could usually see Hong Yuya. This time, her not being there surprised him. With Hong Yuya around, he couldn't mine. The white bubbles could affect his body and make him easily noticeable. So, having someone like that around was sometimes troublesome. "Congratulations, senior," said Feng Wei. Jiang Hao nodded. "Did you not find an exit, friend?" "No," Feng Wei said with a bitter smile. "It seems this way is sealed, and it's not easy to find a way out. There may be an exit, but with my current strength, I'm not capable of finding it." Jiang Hao understood. Sometimes the door was right there, but if your level was not high enough, you couldn't perceive it. "Are you planning to go back then?" he asked. Feng Wei shook his head. "I want to try again. How about you, senior? Are you going back?" "In a while," Jiang Hao said. He would have to return. If he was discovered, he would go back to his sect. If not, he would consider himself trapped here. With that in mind, he turned to the formation. He could destroy it, and no one would be able to come in here. However, this was still the Xuanyuan clan's formation. If he destroyed it, it might create issues. It wasn't worth it. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and began refining his cultivation. He extracted all his cultivation and lifeblood. As for other things, he was in no hurry for now. In the evening, Jiang Hao had finished refining his cultivation. He was at the peak now. "Now, I wonder if there is a gap between my strength and the sect's top disciple. I haven't seen the top disciple yet, so I don't know their cultivation realm." After some thought, Jiang Hao decided to continue mining. This time, Feng Wei followed him, which made him cautious. "Let's mine together," Feng Wei said. Jiang Hao looked at him. After some hesitation, he asked, "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" Feng Wei was momentarily stunned. "The 100 transformations of spirit control. Can you show it to me?" Jiang Hao asked. After a slight hesitation, Feng Wei handed over a book. Jiang Hao sat down and activated his clear and pure heart ability. It took him about a night to study the technique with his current knowledge and the boost from his divine ability. He then said to Feng Wei, "Practice it. I will teach you." After half a day of explanation, Feng Wei finally had a sudden realization and fell into deep meditation. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He then started mining. They were too far away, and he had used the Heavenly Secret's hidden talisman. When it expired, he would go near the formation to mine. This time, he struck a rich vein. He kept mining until early September. With Feng Wei's significant increase in cultivation, he had no more interest in mining. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Jiang Hao found that the wall in front of him was unusually hard. He touched the stone and found that it was also an ore but much harder than the ones outside. Could this be an even rarer type of ore? He decided to mine the surrounding area first. If it caused trouble and he had to leave, It would be a loss not to have mined the ore nearby. He had only just started mining when he felt the stone tablet vibrating. There was a gathering tonight. I need to think about what happened in the last gathering and prepare. When he was mining, he had put his things aside. But he needed to find his notebooks again. Hong Yuye wasn't here yet, but it was only a matter of time. Becoming stronger was essential, but staying alive was more important. There were some powerful individuals that he couldn't afford to provoke. He put away his tools, took out a notebook, and began reviewing the information from the previous gathering. He also needed to see what had happened recently and whether he could gather more information from the gathering. Coincidentally, he could also check what had been happening in the south. Gui must be keeping an eye on it. Was he caught? In the Black Heaven sect, Baizhu appeared surprised. Yes, this time we went for him too. After getting the news, we rushed over, only to find some ruins. After asking around, we learned that Xingchen had been caught. We don't have clear information about who did it. It might be some relatively powerful sect in the south. We plan to visit them one by one. Xingchen has taken some things from our sect, and we need him to return them. As for his personal well-being, we don't care, said a middle-aged man. Baizhu nodded and then handed over a pill. Take this, it can heal the injuries on your body. By the way, if you know where Xingchen is, can you inform me? The Heavenly Spirit tribe also has grievances with him, and we want to find him. All right. The middle-aged man took the pill. After the man left, Baizhu sighed. This is troublesome. I thought we were about to find him, but now it seems that someone else is involved. I don't know where to look. If it's some small sect, it's fine, but I'm afraid of being caught by major sections. Xingchen was not weak. Ordinary sects wouldn't be able to catch him. How did you figure that out, Princess? Xiao Yi asked. He was injured. I happened to be there and offered to heal him. That's how I know, said Baizhu. Not everything requires scheming and deceit. Sometimes, when we are honest and sincere, we can't help each other out. If it wasn't something important, nobody would look for it. We can't ask about what he might have taken from the Mountain Sea Sword sect. What Xiao Yi wanted to know was how the princess had figured it out. Suddenly, Baizhu seemed to sense something and smiled. It's all right. There may still be more information. For now, let's pay attention to the Grand Earth Emperor's affairs. We've already come this far. Chapter 691 Chapter 691 Jing quietly reveals the answer. Chapter 691 Jing quietly reveals the answer. Greetings, Senior Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao and the others respectfully greeted him. After several months, they had finally gathered here once again. Dan Yuan inquired about their cultivation progress. Everyone hadn't cultivated any new techniques, so there were no major issues. So, do we have any news about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl? Jiang Hao asked. The end of all things has stopped for now. They're probably waiting for the people from the Mountain Sea Sword sect. However, they are still preparing, and so far they don't know the specific location. If they find out, there will likely be a major battle, Gui said. It's all right if we find it at the same time they do. At that time, we can inform the immortal sects, and their people will naturally take action. Any sect in the south will have to cooperate, Lu said. Just be careful we aren't too late in finding it out. Someone is definitely keeping an eye on the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, and they've probably considered everything. Even though they are extremists, they are not fools, Xing said. Jiang Hao felt that now was the right time. It's in Devil's Den in the Heavenly Note sect. Gui, who had initially intended to discuss the matter, suddenly paused. She looked at Jing in disbelief. What did Jing just say? She asked the other two beside her. Xing and Lu glanced at her but did not speak. They were also shocked. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl had not only been found but its exact location had been revealed. Are you sure, friend Jing? Dan Yuan asked. I've seen it, Jiang Hao said calmly. Gui felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Jing was indeed fated to encounter such things. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl, the 9 nether, the earth extreme heart-devouring pearl, and now, the earth extreme silent pearl were somehow connected to him. Dan Yuan nodded. If the information is accurate, then it's enough. What would you like, friend Jing? Have you thought about taking the earth extreme silent pearl? Jiang Hao shook his head. Having too many powerful items was dangerous. It was better to send it to the eastern region. Is the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl under the control of the Heavenly Note sect? Xing asked. If that was the case, who would dare to approach that area? It shouldn't be, Gui said. I remember that the Heavenly Fate misfortune pearl is also in that area. Perhaps they were all sealed in the same place. In that case, I think we should deal with the end of all things rather than breaking the seal, Lu said. That would indeed be the best course of action. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl had remained stable for many years. It was better to leave it that way. The end of all things is not easy to deal with, Gui said. We can pass the news about the end of all things to the immortal sects in the south. Even if we don't take action, we can still keep everyone informed and ready, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded. This plan seemed to be the best. The immortal sects would send people to investigate, and they would know the exact situation since they had information about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. They didn't need to worry about alerting the enemy. However, he hadn't yet thought about what reward he should ask for. He might need Gui's help, and if there was no other option, he could use it toward an exchange. After Dan Yuan finished speaking, it was time for trade. Gui immediately took the lead. I want to mention it again. Xingchen's task is still valid and ongoing. Help me find him. If you can find his whereabouts, that'll count too. I thought you already found him? Lu asked curiously. Yes, but someone took him away. So far, even the Mountain Sea Sword sect doesn't know about his location, Gui said in annoyance. I also inquired about Wu Yang. There was such a person who came to the south. He seemed to have conflicts with someone. After that, he disappeared. Lu nodded. I heard about it too. It said that the person who acted had very concealed method. They left no traces. In the south, there aren't too many forces with such strength. Xingchen said the same thing. I suspect that the person who acted might actually be a group of people. I'm just a bit puzzled about why they would abduct these 2 individuals, Gui said in confusion. Lu thought for a moment. There is another possibility. I recently looked into Xingchen and found that he had contact with the people of the Heavenly Tower. He may have known Wu Yang before everything happened. Gui suddenly said, So, you mean these 2 individuals might have met, and when one of them was targeted, they were both abducted together. That's a possibility. Lu nodded. Jiang Hao was surprised. He knew that a member of the Heavenly Tower was held captive in the Lawless Tower. That person was most likely Wu Yang. As for Xingchen, it was unclear if he was to the Lawless Tower. If their assumptions were correct, Xingchen would also be in the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao needed to go there and confirm whether this was true. If he found information on Xingchen, Gui could help him deliver a message to the Sunset Immortal Sect. Dan Yuan's reward could also be saved for future use. As for Xing, he had no task. Jiang Hao, as always, remained silent. I need a cultivation technique from the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, said Gui. The Heavenly Spirit Tribe's techniques include the Heaven Bestowing Technique, 6 Earth Attribute Techniques, and 9 Sages Techniques, Xing said to Gui. Which one would you want? The Heaven Bestowing Technique will do, Gui said. All right. I'll give it to you next time, Xing said. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire Xing. He was truly a gifted disciple of an immortal sect. He had made the Clear Sky School's freedom technique readily available to them. Now, he was willing to get the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's heaven-bestowing technique. Jiang Hao doubted even Lu from the Heavenly Tower could get them so easily. Most of the techniques requested in the gathering were fulfilled by Xing. He had provided them with Shifting Stars, Star-Moon Refinement Technique, Myriad Body Technique, Freedom Technique, and also the Freeform Technique. What do I have to give in return? Gui asked. It would be great if you could go to the Black Heaven sect and witness the Xuanyuan sword. If possible, please use a magic treasure to imprint it with the sword intent of the Xuanyuan sword, said Xing. Gui felt reluctant. That is a bit troublesome. I don't know where the Xuanyuan sword is. It's at the Black Heaven sect on the Sun Moon Peak, Xing said. Gui nodded. Sun Moon Peak. Jiang Hao was surprised. Isn't that where I have been mining? Had he unknowingly come across the sword? If the Xuanyuan sword successfully manifests in the treasure, I will help you. But if it doesn't, then I am powerless to do anything, Gui said. All right. You'll need to go somewhere to get the magic treasure, Xing said. The manifestation of the Xuanyuan sword's intent requires the core of the burning immortal formation, Jiang Hao said. The others were surprised. Xing breathed a sigh of relief. I have it. He revealed the core of the burning immortal formation. This didn't require any compensation because it was meant for everyone. This way, under the right conditions, the people at the gathering would be able to use it. I happen to be at the Black Heaven sect right now. I can try to go and look around the Sun Moon Peak, Gui said. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 692 Chapter 692 Senior Brother, Watch Me Show Off. Chapter 692 Senior Brother, Watch Me Show Off. Gui would head to the Sun Moon Peak. Jiang Hao was at the foot of that peak. The presence of rare ores there had a reason. It seems I have to finish mining as soon as possible and get out of there. Jiang Hao had never expected that the one who would drive him back to the sect wouldn't be an enemy but an acquaintance from the gathering. However, there was still some time left. Gui would have to get the magic treasure first, then figure out a way to break the enchantments around the place, and only then would he be able to enter. He needed to be ready to leave at any moment. After the exchange, they talked casually. Gui shared information about the Black Heaven sect and told them that many sects had headed that way, including the Mountain Sea Sword sect. However, because they all had tasks related to the end of all things, they probably wouldn't linger there for long. There wasn't much news about the Saint Bandits, and the Fallen Immortal Clan were the most likely culprits. Xing also mentioned that the Fallen Immortal Clan had grievances with the Grand Earth Emperor, but that probably wouldn't affect the Emperor's appearance. Why is that? Gui asked. It might be related to the Xuanyuan sword. The sword has been dormant for a long time. It is probably sealing something related to the Fallen Immortal Clan, Xing said. His theory was the most likely true. A divine weapon like the Xuanyuan sword wouldn't stay inert for so long. Something must have held it back. Now that the Xuanyuan clan was beginning to rise, various seals, including those related to the Xuanyuan sword, were starting to break. Gui instinctively looked at Jiang Hao and wondered if it had something to do with him. Why are you looking at me? That has nothing to do with me. Jiang Hao felt that these people were very deeply involved. They seemed to be keeping a close eye on him, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Lu discussed overseas affairs. He mentioned that the Astronomical Academy had discovered something and was tracing the whereabouts of a senior. The senior was most likely overseas, but it was just a guess, and no one paid it much attention. Jiang Hao was interested in Xuanyuan, but no one mentioned him. So far, Gui hadn't encountered anyone from the Clear Sky sect. However, it was certain that they were somewhere in the southern region. Overseas individuals had initially intended to teach King Hai Luo a lesson he would never forget, but because of the ancestral dragon's heart, they had been distracted. By the way, there's one more thing. Lu looked at Jiang Hao. According to the information I received, Qi Tian has gone to serve under Heavenly King Taomu. Due to his background, he has been promoted and can even meet King Taomu if needed. However, I can still deliver a message to him if you want. Jiang Hao was surprised by Qi Tian's progress. He had no intention of meeting Qi Tian at the moment. He preferred to let him be for now. As for the message, he didn't need to tell Qi Tian anything right now. He would consider it if Qi Tian tried to double-cross him again. He didn't need Qi Tian's loyalty. It would be enough if he just gave him some information. That would be his buffer if Hong Yuya asked about Jiang Hao's progress. The gathering concluded. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes again, he immediately took out his notebook and began recording everything that had happened at the gathering. The information about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl had been shared with Dan Yuan and others at the gathering. They needed to be vigilant for any approaching powerful individuals. He also had a pending reward for providing the information. Xingchen might be in the Lawless Tower. The Xuanyuan sword was at the Sun Moon Peak, and Gui might be visiting soon. The other information was about Qi Tian getting promoted and working under Heavenly King Taomu. Some people were planning a retaliation against Heavenly King Hai Luo, and about the Astronomical Academy searching for their senior. There was no information on Shang. This information wasn't very important, so Jiang Hao didn't note it down. He took note of the 3 techniques of the Heavenly Spirit tribe: the Heaven Bestowing Technique, 6 Earth Attribute Techniques, and 9 Sages Technique. This was important information. After putting away his notebook, Jiang Hao looked at the mine. Finally, he reached the solid ore he had found earlier. He didn't have much time left, so he decided to attempt digging this rare ore. There was a possibility that he might find something special, so he needed to be prepared. In the early morning, on the Sun Moon Peak, Xuanyuan Tai sat cross-legged and practiced his breathing technique on the highest point of the peak. It seemed as if he could merge with the mountain and become one with it. Despite still being at the early stage of the soul ascension realm, his aura was extraordinary. It felt as though his aura concealed unfathomable power. In front of him was a golden flower that seemed to resonate with him, as if they shared a deep connection. After some time, Xuanyuan Tai opened his eyes and looked at the flower. He let out a sigh. "Senior brother, do you know the whereabouts of the human emperor's sword?" Xuanyuan he asked. She had been waiting beside him. "Yes, I do." Xuanyuan Tai nodded. Xuanyuan he asked eagerly. Near ISLTC, Xuanyuan Tai looked down at the ground. "Right here." "Here?" Xuanyuan he was astonished. "It's beneath the Sun Moon Peak," Xuanyuan Tai said. "So close? Then, why haven't any of the seniors discovered it yet?" Xuanyuan he was surprised. "Because the Xuanyuan sword suppresses the fallen immortal clan's most important treasure. This sword cannot be allowed to emerge, even if the emperor has been gone for a long time. His sword still guards this land." Xuanyuan Tai sighed. "Can't it emerge if you become the Grand Earth Emperor?" Xuanyuan he asked. Xuanyuan Tai chuckled. "You may have misunderstood, junior sister. The human emperor is the human emperor, and the Grand Earth Emperor is the Grand Earth Emperor. They are 2 different things. The Grand Earth Emperor is a title bestowed by the mountain and the sea, while the human emperor is a unique designation. To become the human emperor, one doesn't need to be blessed by the mountain and the sea, but they would need to be revered by all clans in the world." Xuanyuan he was surprised. "Does that mean the Xuanyuan sword can't ever be released?" she asked in disappointment. "Not exactly," Xuanyuan Tai shook his head. As Xuanyuan he was about to ask further, a young woman came flying toward them on a sword. "Senior brother Xuanyuan, senior sister Xuanyuan, it's been a long time, said Baizhu. She smiled and landed in front of them. Junior sister Baizhu, what are you doing here? Xuanyuan, he was surprised. I've returned from a long trip. What are you two talking about? Baizhu asked. We were discussing the Xuanyuan sword, Xuanyuan, he said. Oh? I came here for that. I know the location of the Xuanyuan sword, Baizhu said mysteriously. Can you guess where it is? Where is it? Xuanyuan, he was surprised. Baizhu pointed to the ground. Right beneath our feet, under the sun moon. Both Xuanyuan he and Xuanyuan Tai were taken aback. They had just learned about it, but it seemed Baizhu had already found out. I know how to make the Xuanyuan sword emerge. Do you want to hear about it? Asked Baizhu in delight. Junior sister Baizhu, since you know so much, you must also know that the Xuanyuan sword is suppressing something below. It won't emerge until we deal with those issues, Xuanyuan Tai said. Oh? Is that so? Baizhu raised her eyebrows and smiled. What if I tell you that I have the core of the burning immortal formation? Xuanyuan Tai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 693 Chapter 693 The Xuanyuan Sword. Chapter 693 The Xuanyuan Sword. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was now well prepared, with hidden purple energy around him. If any issues arose, this purple energy would defend him. This would buy him time to escape. Senior. Feng Wei walked over to him. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Stay here. Don't move around. Perhaps he might still need Feng Wei's help. Although Feng Wei didn't quite understand, he nodded. Jiang Hao approached the hard ore and swung his pickaxe. In just a few days, Gui would arrive. He needed to quickly dig out something rare from this place. With enough harvest, he could advance faster. He thought that it was even possible for him to reach the late stage of the return to Void Realm in this. Clang! Clang! Jiang Hao continued to dig, but he only found white bubbles. There were very few blue bubbles at that. After a while, he couldn't dig with the pickaxe. He had to take out the primordial heavenly sword as a substitute. Clang! The heavenly sword was indeed exceptional. It instantly cut through the ore. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was that the sword strike had created a hole as if it had cut through the wall entirely. Did we dig through? Feng Wei asked. Jiang Hao frowned. If they had indeed dug through, it would be a massive loss on his part. There was no choice but to go inside and take a look. There didn't seem to be any dangers here for the time being. A human-sized entrance was quickly carved out by the heavenly sword. Everything appeared pitch black, even when Jiang Hao tossed a fireball inside. This wasn't an ordinary place. Senior, would you like me to explore ahead? Feng Wei asked. Jiang Hao gave him a brief glance and shook his head. No need. There was no need to let Feng Wei take the lead and get himself into danger. He had to do it himself. After entering, he sensed 3 different auras. One was of despair, another one was majestic, and the last one was filled with a dragon's might. Soon, the dark space began to light up. The surroundings gradually became visible as flames rose from below and illuminated everything. This was a large underground cave. Lava covered the floor. There was a circular platform in the center, which was surrounded by 3 small, circular platforms. There were numerous formation runes on them. Aside from these, the most eye-catching thing was at the center of the middle platform. There was a sword buried in the ground. Its blade was shrouded in dark mist. Within this mist, a dragon's shadow was seen battling with it. Jiang Hao wasted no time and activated the daily appraisal. The human emperor's sword, the Xuanyuan sword. Jiang Hao looked at the sword shrouded in black mist in shock. He had been avoiding it for a long time, but in the end, he had arrived here. Now that I'm here, I should do something. He looked around to see where he could carve the burning immortal formation. Quickly, he noticed some gaps in the circular formations. They required certain runes, but also some other materials. What materials are needed to activate the burning immortal formation? Jiang Hao took out a spirit stone. When he put it in the formation, there was no response. Do I need to wait and appraise it tomorrow? He then remembered the ore he had dug up and placed it in the formation. Instantly, the ore was absorbed. It seems I need these ores. Without hesitation, he placed all the ores into the formation and realized that he was still short of a few of them. There aren't many ores left outside. Does that mean I need all the ores to activate the burning immortal formation? Jiang Hao wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed that was likely. He had wanted to sell the ores for more spirit stones, but that seemed impossible now. However, it wasn't a total loss. Mining here had given him many blue bubbles. Now, he had the core for the formation but lacked the core runes. Jiang Hao called Feng Wei into the cave. Feng Wei had waited outside because he was afraid that there might be some rare treasure inside, and it would corrupt the senior with him. He thought that this strange senior might kill him to keep him quiet. Now that the senior had asked for his help first, he didn't need to worry. Senior, what is it in here? Feng Wei asked cautiously as he poked his head inside. Come over here, Jiang Hao said softly. When Feng Wei approached, Jiang Hao pointed at the formation runes on the ground. Do you understand this formation? Feng Wei carefully observed it for a moment. I can understand it to some extent. This formation seems incomplete. If I provide you with the core runes, can you complete it? Jiang Hao asked. Since he wasn't an expert in this field, he didn't want to do it himself. If he did something wrong, it would be quite troublesome. It was better to let someone skilled handle it. I need to study it first. This formation is quite profound, and I can't guarantee anything, said Feng Wei humbly. Jiang Hao nodded and handed a book to Feng Wei. The book contained the core formation patterns he had obtained from Xing. When Feng Wei took the book and looked at it, his eyes lit up. He couldn't fully understand the principles of this level of formation, but he could still sketch it step by step. Furthermore, he might learn something from it. Thank you so much, Senior, Feng Wei said in excitement. Jiang Hao nodded. After exchanging a few words, he left. He needed to continue mining to activate the formation here completely. If he didn't mine, someone else would. As for Feng Wei, he had made it very clear that he should not enter the central platform. It wasn't a place that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators could safely enter. The black mist alone could be fatal. After that, Jiang Hao went outside to continue mining. He obtained more bubbles. His cultivation points were gradually accumulating. Outside, Xuanyuan Tai and Xuanyuan he were looking for an entrance. Junior sister Baizhu seems very well informed, Xuanyuan he said. That's to be expected. She was extraordinary from the very beginning. When the elder brought her here, he explicitly said she was talented. It did surprise me. Her information is more accurate than mine, and she even obtained the most crucial core formation patterns. Xuanyuan Tai sighed. Speaking of which, junior sister Baizhu went out again. She even asked for our permission to explore the Sun Moon Peak. I wonder what she's up to. Xuanyuan he hesitated. Could it be that she also wants to obtain the Xuanyuan sword? At that, Xuanyuan Tai laughed. The Xuanyuan sword is not something that anyone can grab. If she manages to grab it, then I should just give it to her. Senior brother, you are very magnanimous. Xuanyuan he shook her head. It's not about being magnanimous. That sword doesn't belong to me. It's the human emperor's sword, Xuanyuan Tai said. But the human emperor's surname was Xuanyuan. That's why we can't bring shame to our name. Chapter 694 Chapter 694 Conversation with the True Dragon. Chapter 694 Conversation with the True Dragon. Outside the Black Heaven sect, a group of people in black robes stood in a forest. They gazed at the distant mountain peak. They were lost in thought. Will the Grand Earth Emperor appear soon? Shouldn't we try to stop it? Asked a young woman. Our orders from above are to wait, set up formations, and resonate with our bloodlines, said a middle-aged man. Why is that? Someone asked curiously. Since we can't prevent the Grand Earth Emperor from appearing, we should try to gain some benefits from it. What we might obtain remains uncertain. In any case, the clan has instructed us not to take rash actions, so we must wait quietly, said an elderly man. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Sword sect and the Clear Sky School are very active in this area. It's risky to act recklessly here, said someone else. The previous incident with the Bright Moon sect had made them lose too much. Moreover, they couldn't prevent the Grand Earth Emperor from appearing, which was frustrating. The Grand Earth Emperor was a mortal enemy, especially since they might be likely from the Xuanyuan clan. If we can't make a move in the Black Heaven sect, why don't we just go to the Heavenly Note sect? They are currently engaged in a battle. It's a rare opportunity. We can rescue Mi Qian and also capture that person named Jiang Hao. Isn't the clan quite curious about him? Said a young man. I know a bit about people related to this Jiang Hao. It's said that he has a junior sister he values greatly. She is at the Black Heaven sect right now. Maybe we can start by approaching her first. The man in the lead fell silent for a moment. Send 3 people to handle this matter. Whether we succeed or fail, do not regroup. Just send a message. Shortly after, 3 individuals left the group and went in a different direction. Half a month later, in the middle of September, Jiang Hao noticed that the number of ores he dug up was gradually decreasing. The number of bubbles was also dropping rapidly, and the formation was about to be filled. This indicated that the ore outside was meant to activate the formation inside. If he had taken the ores with him, the burning immortal formation might not have been activated at all. I'm still not selfish enough, Jiang Hao sarcastically remarked to himself. The Xuanyuan sword was the human emperor's sword. Even though the human emperor was long gone, the sword continued to suppress something in there. However, with the passage of time, the Xuanyuan sword might be entirely corroded by the immortal seed and eventually be destroyed. If there were substitutes for the ore, it would be fine. If not, he couldn't just take them away. Clang! A piece of ore fell, and Jiang Hao picked it up before heading into the cave. He hadn't expected to be able to mine for another half a month. It seemed that finding this place from the outside was not so easy. Even Gui would need to spend a lot of time and effort to find this place. Besides, she would need the Black Heaven sect's approval to explore this mine. Otherwise, entering carelessly would cause a lot of trouble for her. These people acted with discretion and wouldn't easily oppose other sections. How is it going, friend? Jiang Hao asked as he entered the cave. Feng Wei had been meticulously sketching the formation. He focused deeply on his work. His talent was indeed commendable, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel inferior in his knowledge about formation compared to this junior. Only a little more to go. It should take another day or 2, Feng Wei said. 2 more days, huh? Jiang Hao thought that the final moments were often the most susceptible to disaster. However, there was no need to rush. If someone arrived here, there was nothing he could do. He had mined most of the ore and fed it to the formation. He had done all he could. There was no need for him to stay. Before he left, there was one more thing he had to do. He looked at the Xuanyuan sword. The black mist was affecting the sword and needed to be removed. Actually, I can do it faster if you want, Senior, said Feng Wei. No need. Take it slow and don't make any mistakes, Jiang Hao said. Feng Wei nodded. He hesitated for a long time, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he gave up. Do you want to ask about this sword? Jiang Hao asked him. No. I'm of a lower cultivation realm and don't have the right to know most things. Feng Wei quickly shook his head. This sword is the Xuanyuan sword, Jiang Hao said. It's the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword? Feng Wei was taken aback. The human emperor's name only existed in legends for him. Moreover, it wasn't even confirmed whether the human emperor was actually real. Now, he was being told that he was preparing a formation for the human emperor's sword all along. It all seemed like an illusion. Senior, are you planning to take the Xuanyuan sword? He asked. Jiang Hao looked at him and smiled. Do you think I'm qualified to do that? Yes, Feng Wei said confidently. Jiang Hao shook his head. After that, he put all the ores into the formation. He left a few to be added later. When the runes were completely charged and the burning immortal formation took shape, there would be a suppression effect. At that time, he could approach the center and take a closer look at the Xuanyuan sword. He didn't know how mighty the human emperor had been back in the day. He could only find that out by examining the sword. 2 days later, Jiang Hao found that there were no more ores to mine, but his harvest this time was substantial. Finally, Feng Wei had completed the engraving on his side. Jiang Hao appraised it and saw no problems with it. As long as the Xuanyuan sword resonated with a person, the formation would activate. When the immortal seed was destroyed, the Xuanyuan sword would reappear in the world. Senior, should I go outside? Feng Wei asked cautiously as Jiang Hao prepared to go to the central platform. No need. You can stay here and watch. Perhaps we can catch a glimpse of the true form of the human emperor's sword, after all, Jiang Hao said. If anyone else had said this, Feng Wei's first thought would be that the person intended to kill him in that instant. However, the person in front of him was different, and he felt safe with him. That was why Feng Wei had answered without hesitation when Jiang Hao asked if he was qualified to take the sword. Jiang Hao walked to the center, where black mist enveloped the area. The burning immortal formation did have a suppressing effect on it, but it couldn't remove the mist from the Xuanyuan sword. Even the true dragon's illusion could only contend with it. Forgive me. Jiang Hao respectfully bowed to the sword. Then, the mountain sea seal appeared and his fingers spread open. He activated the universe in a palm technique. The purple energy surged and covered the entire sword. Soon, the black mist was removed completely. In the next moment, the purple energy returned to Jiang Hao's hand and condensed into a purple bead. He had successfully sealed the black mist. Luckily, the mist didn't put up much resistance. Jiang Hao sighed in relief. If it was something like the 9 nether, it would have been immensely difficult to seal it. He had managed to seal the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and the 9 nether because they were already in a sealed state from before. If they were in their original form, even 100 people couldn't seal them. After the black mist was sealed, the Xuanyuan sword was revealed. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. He saw that the sword's body was covered in rust, like that of a decrepit old man. The true dragon's illusion on it also seemed dim and lifeless now. So, this is the human emperor's sword? Jiang Hao mused. It didn't look imposing at all, yet it had commanded respect from numerous clans. Are you still alive? Jiang Hao watched the image of the true dragon. This was a remnant soul of a true dragon. At that moment, the true dragon's eyes flickered slightly as it looked at Jiang Hao. Are you human? Yes. Is that so? Yes. The last one to come here was actually a human, not a dragon. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Senior. Chapter 695. Chapter 695. I want to clean the Xuanyuan sword a bit. Chapter 695. I want to clean the Xuanyuan sword a bit. At the Black Heaven sect, Xuanyuan Tai sighed. We still haven't found it. They had been searching on the Sun Moon Peak for half a month, but hadn't found the location of the Xuanyuan sword. Does it mean we won't be able to find it? Xuanyuan, he asked. No. When I become the Grand Earth Emperor, it will resonate with me. But without finding it, the Xuanyuan sword can't emerge in this world, Xuanyuan Tai said. Should we let some of our seniors continue searching? Xuanyuan, he asked. What about junior sister Bai Zhu? She's been back for a while and frequently visits the Sun Moon Peak, Xuanyuan, he said. She seems to be more dedicated than us. Xuanyuan Tai thought for a moment. Let some of the senior disciples search for it. I don't have time. Of course, don't hinder junior sister Bai Zhu. She's more likely to find it. Xuanyuan, he nodded. Their fellow sect member had come prepared with information and was eager to help. It wouldn't be wise to hinder her way. A moment later, a young girl in a pink dress leaped toward them from a distance. Have you found it, junior sister Bai Zhu? Xuanyuan, he asked. Not yet, but you seem to be running out of time, senior brother, said Bai Zhu. Yes. It's about to begin, Xuanyuan Tai said as he looked toward the sky. It was a great event, and he was on the verge of becoming the Grand Earth Emperor. Can't you delay it for a while, senior brother? Bai Zhu cautiously asked. Delay it? Xuanyuan Tai was surprised. Xuanyuan, he also appeared puzzled. The Xuanyuan sword is most likely to manifest when the Grand Earth Emperor appears. I need to find it as soon as possible, Bai Zhu said. Junior sister Bai Zhu, you seem very eager to bring the Xuanyuan sword into this world, Xuanyuan Tai said. Yes. It's part of a trade I made with a friend. He wants me to imprint the Xuanyuan sword's intent on something. The reward I get in exchange is extremely important to me, Bai Zhu said pleadingly and held on to Xuanyuan He's arm. Both siblings were somewhat helpless. However, it was certain that Bai Zhu's friend wouldn't be an ordinary person. I'll do my best, Xuanyuan Tai said. Then, I'll go look for the Xuanyuan sword. I think I'll find it, said Bai Zhu excitedly. As they watched her depart, Xuanyuan Tai suddenly asked, How old is junior sister Biel's new? I heard she's several hundred years old, Xuanyuan he said. She still seems so young, said Xuanyuan Tai. Xuanyuan he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If someone overhears that, Elder Ji will probably come looking for us one day. Xuanyuan Tai walked toward the highest peak of the Black Heaven sect. Let's go. The time has come. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Xuanyuan Tai began preparing for his ascension to the position of the Grand Earth Emperor, and the disciples of the Black Heaven sect had waited for several months for this. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Sword sect were also in the area. Many people gathered. At that moment, a senior disciple was walking along the competition platforms and wanted to see if there was anyone powerful in the south. Are there any particularly outstanding individuals here? Asked a young woman. It's hard to say, said the senior disciple and shook his head. Beside him was a young man at the Golden Core realm. Senior brother Zhuge, who are you looking for? Asked the young woman. An old friend from several years ago, Zhuge Jing said truthfully. Why are you looking for him? She asked. The young woman was Fu Dongxue, who was very powerful and held significant status in their sect. I owe him some spirit stones, Zhuge Jing said. Fu Dongxue was taken aback. She then laughed. At that moment, a young man walked past them. Zhuge Jin, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around. Radiant aura but without any sword intent, yet there's a strange sense of swordsmanship. He appears to be a swordsman but also not good at it at the same time. Fu Dongxue turned around for a brief glance. She appraised him and then shook her head. His talent for sword cultivation isn't that great. Xingchen smiled and shook his head. Junior sister, you're too one-sided in evaluating people. Even if his talent for sword cultivation is lacking, he will surely be extraordinary in other things. I wonder which sect he is from. He is from the Heavenly Note sect. His attire seems to be from there, said Xingchen. Oh! Fu Dongshue's eyes lit up. Isn't the person you are looking for also from the Heavenly Note sect? Is it a woman? No. Xingchen shook his head. Fu Dongxue lost interest in the conversation. The Heavenly Note sect, Xingchen shook his head and sighed. This might be troublesome. That sect couldn't be provoked. That sect was related to a very important senior from their sect. They were under direct orders to avoid them. The Heavenly Note sect doesn't have any powerful sword cultivators. He sighed again and stopped thinking about it. Senior brother, are we going to visit the Heavenly Note sect? Xingchen asked. We'll go once the Grand Earth Emperor appears, and we finish observing the Xuanyuan sword, Xingchen said in response. Xingchen nodded. He intended to pay the spirit stones to this so-called friend. Do you think the Grand Earth Emperor will appear without any problems, senior brother? Fu Dongxue asked. It's hard to say. In fact, there's still one critical thing missing, Xingchen said. What? Xingchen asked curiously. The Dragon Clan, Xingchen said solemnly. When the human emperor appeared, he had the full support of the Dragon Clan. But now that the Dragon Clan has disappeared, the Grand Earth Emperor is left to fend for himself. Even if there was one member from the Dragon Clan, his path would be much smoother. Right now, it's extraordinarily difficult. Xingchen and Fu Dongxue understood this, but there was nothing they could do. They had no knowledge of the Dragon Clan's location, let alone the ability to bring them here. At the foot of the Sun-Moon Peak, Jiang Hao stood in front of the sword in reverence. The true dragon phantom gazed at him as if trying to fully understand the person before it. Do you have a dragon by your side? The true dragon asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. That's more like it. The true dragon no longer dwelled on this issue. Are you here to take the human emperor's sword? If you want the sword, you must pass the test. No. I am not here to take the sword. I just want to do something, Jiang Hao said. What is it? The true dragon was quite curious. It was puzzled. His human had come all this way, activated the burning immortal formation, and banished the black mist when he didn't even want the sword for himself. Jiang Hao looked at the Xuanyuan sword. This sword is about to emerge into the world. It shouldn't be covered in rust. Even if the human emperor is no longer here, it should still shine brightly. What do you mean? The true dragon was puzzled. I just want to clean it a bit, Jiang Hao said. The true dragon appeared shocked. Many emotions flashed through its face. Clean it? It asked. After all you have done to reach here, you just want to clean it? Just that? Yes, just that. Jiang Hao nodded. He genuinely had no other request. To be able to clean such a divine item would already be more than enough for him. Some people get injured when they touch this sword, said the true dragon. I only want to wipe it a bit, so I hope you can help suppress its power, senior, Jiang Hao said with a bow. The true dragon hesitated but eventually nodded. All right. I can suppress the Xuanyuan sword's intent within the seal. But if the sword rejects you, there's little I can do about it. Thank you very much, senior. Jiang Hao was delighted. It worked. Chapter 696, Chapter 696. Do you really not want the inheritance? Chapter 696. Do you really not want the inheritance? At the Sun-Moon Peak, Baizhu carefully searched the area but found nothing. She began to doubt whether the Xuanyuan sword was actually here. Both Xing and Xuanyuan Tai said it's here. They can't both be wrong. So why can't I find it? Baizhu frowned. If it was just a regular hiding place, she and the Black Heaven sect would have discovered it long ago. Xuanyuan Tai would have found it too because he was about to become the Grand Earth Emperor. The fact that Xuanyuan Tai hadn't found it meant that the location of the Xuanyuan sword was far from simple. Where could it be? Baizhu couldn't sense anything. Time was running out and she had no other options. She reluctantly took out the stone tablet and entered it. She called for Xing and Lu. After a while, a figure appeared in the public area. It was Xing. "Gue, have you run into any difficulties?" asked Xing with a smile. "The Grand Earth Emperor is about to appear, but there's an issue. To make the Xuanyuan sword emerge, I need to set up the Burning Immortal formation," Gue said. "So, what's the problem?" Xing asked in confusion. "The problem is that I can't find the Xuanyuan sword," Gue said. "I see." Xing nodded. "It's challenging to find the Xuanyuan sword. The fact that the Xuanyuan clan couldn't find it for so long means that conventional methods won't work. So, we can use the Burning Immortal formation. Since that requires the core of the Burning Immortal formation, it means that the formation is part of the location. You can use the method of tracing the Burning Immortal formation to determine the exact location." "How will I do that?" Gue asked. "I will find a way to help you locate the pattern of the Burning Immortal formation," Xing said. A little while later, Baizhu once again started her task in the Sun-Moon Peak. With another formation in her palm, she searched for the pattern of the Burning Immortal formation. It eventually showed her that the formation was the mountain's base. It was hidden all this time. It is no wonder we couldn't find it anywhere. As she approached the base, she realized that the magic on it was incomprehensible. "How will I get in now?" Baizhu was cautious and patient. On top of the Sun-Moon Peak, she sensed the flow of great fortune, which meant that the Grand Earth Emperor was about to accept the blessing of the mountain and sea. "I hope I can make it in time." Seeing that the true dragon had agreed, Jiang Hao felt relieved. This was the Xuanyuan sword, and it deserved respect. If he wasn't allowed to clean it, he wouldn't dare to approach it. "My apologies," Jiang Hao said and cautiously approached the Xuanyuan sword. He gently gripped the hilt of the sword. Then, he exerted a little force. Clang! The sword hummed slightly as he drew it out. "Huh!" The true dragon stood still and wondered if its memory was working right. It forgot that it had just suppressed the power of the sword, and that was why the human could draw it from the floor. Although the Xuanyuan sword showed no aura of power, it was still very formidable. This human shouldn't have been able to draw it so easily. The true dragon silently observed Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and placed the sword on his lap. He then took out a delicate cloth that he often used to clean his primordial heavenly blade. It seemed he knew how to clean the Xuanyuan sword. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao gently wiped the sword. As he continued to wipe, blue bubbles fell and were absorbed in his body. Jiang Hao smiled and continued to clean. Blue bubbles kept appearing. As he continued wiping it, the rusty sword began to shine. The true dragon watched as the person before him cleaned the sword in joy. As the sword became radiant, the person seemed a bit reluctant. Throughout history, the true dragon had never seen anyone look with such emotions at the Xuanyuan sword. As the Xuanyuan sword became clean, it vibrated as though it had been reborn from decay. Jiang Hao smiled, but he couldn't help feeling a bit melancholic. He got up and returned the sword to its original position. Now, the Xuanyuan sword was gleaming in grandeur. "You really don't plan to take the sword?" asked the true dragon. Of course not, said Jiang Hao. I don't think I'm capable. It wasn't a matter of strength or good and evil intentions. It was about ambition. Is that so? You're the first one to come here and claim to not want anything. You truly don't want anything? Asked the true dragon. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and smiled. I entered this place accidentally, and I've never thought of taking the sword for myself. I already have what I wanted the most. What about an inheritance? You don't want the human emperor's inheritance, but maybe you could have mine, said the true dragon. Jiang Hao shook his head. I have enough. Even if I get your inheritance, I might not be able to live up to its name. Do you really have no desires? Asked the true dragon in disbelief. I do, but my aspirations lie elsewhere, Jiang Hao said truthfully. I used to dislike humans, and now I dislike them even more. In the past, humans would beg me for my inheritance, but now they don't want it even when I offer it for free, said the true dragon in disdain. Jiang Hao lowered his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, senior. He then took 2 steps back. The formation had suddenly lit up. It meant someone was approaching. The Xuanyuan sword is about to emerge. What are you going to do, senior? Jiang Hao asked. There wasn't much time left before someone found their way inside. I will enter the Xuanyuan sword and sleep. Maybe someone will awaken me again. Perhaps we might meet again then, said the true dragon. I understand. Jiang Hao nodded. The Grand Earth Emperor was Xuanyuan Tai, so they would indeed meet again unless Xuanyuan Tail's attempt to become the Grand Earth Emperor failed. Do you really not want my inheritance? Asked the true dragon once more. Jiang Hao shook his head. Indeed, I can't help but dislike humans, said the true dragon. It then entered the sword and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Hao watched for a while, and then placed the purple bead on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he used the 7-star seal to seal it. If the person who was approaching was Gue, she would know that this was a temporary seal and could remove it. The bead was contaminated, and Jiang Hao lacked the ability to cleanse it, so he had to leave it to someone else. Gue was highly capable and should be able to handle it. After that, he left. Senior, said Feng Wei respectfully. He had heard everything inside, and he felt a deep respect for Jiang Hao, even more than before. I'm leaving, Jiang Hao said. Feng Wei looked regretful for a moment but quickly regained his composure. There's something I'd like to ask you, senior. Go ahead, Jiang Hao said. I used to be from the Heavenly Note sect. I had a difficult time there and was desperate. At that time, a junior extended a helping hand and gave me the courage to continue. This junior seemed to have good talent and should have successfully built his foundation by now. However, his personality didn't fit in well with the sect. He might have been killed, Feng Wei said. He took out a dagger and cut open a slit in his waist. A bottle of pills covered in various formations appeared. Feng Wei reluctantly took the bottle out and cleaned it before handing it to Jiang Hao. This is the heaven-rejuvenating pill that I had saved for myself. Since I have no hope, I want to request you, senior, to make a trip to the Heavenly Note sect on my behalf. If that junior is still alive, please give it to him. If he's dead, you can keep it for yourself, senior. Jiang Hao took the bottle, opened it, and looked inside. It was indeed a heaven-rejuvenating pill. Who is that person? Jiang Hao asked. His name is Jiang Hao. He is from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said Feng Wei. Jiang Hao looked at the pill and sighed. I'll do it. Thank you. Chapter 697. Chapter 697. Is Jing one step ahead of me? Chapter 697. Is Jing one step ahead of me? Jiang Hao looked up at the person in front of him and asked softly, "If you could be free, would you return to the Heavenly Note sect?" "Not for the time being." Feng Wei shook his head. "I decided that I needed to be strong enough before going back. I at least want the people who harassed me to see me surpassing them. My ambitions are great, but my life is fragile." Regret was evident in his words. Jiang Hao nodded. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, there were many people with great ambitions, but those who survived were few. Jiang Hao pointed a finger at Feng Wei. In an instant, all the restrictions on him were shattered. Then, he fainted. With Feng Wei in tow, Jiang Hao led him to the formation. As soon as in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were back in the previous mine. Jiang Hao walked toward the exit. Not long after, he heard the sounds of a battle. Soon after, a woman staggered in. She seemed to be fleeing. She had been attacked by various spells, and she breathed weakly. Her time was running out. Jiang Hao looked at her and felt that she was very familiar. She was one of the miners from before. "I remember you. You are the one who called me the light of righteousness," he said. The woman looked up and saw Jiang Hao. She froze, and then she sat against the wall. "So you're here," she said with a bitter smile. "What happened?" Jiang Hao asked as he approached. "We need to escape," the woman said. "Why didn't you run before?" Jiang Hao asked. The woman looked at Jiang Hao. "Because we didn't know there were good people left in this world. You made us feel different, so we wanted to help." "Is that it?" Jiang Hao asked. "Yes." The woman leaned back. "But we failed. Sometimes I feel like, if you were truly our leader, I feel I could have worked here for a lifetime." "I'm sorry," Jiang Hao said. "Do you think it's because of your arrival that we're in this situation?" asked the woman with emotion. "Don't worry about it. We may seem pitiful, but we are wicked. At least, we used to be. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It's just," Jiang Hao didn't interrupt her. He listened attentively. "It's just that I'm a woman, after all, and sometimes I think that if a man were by my side to protect me from the wind and the rain when I was in despair, maybe I wouldn't have become a despicable woman deserving of 1,000 deaths." The woman looked at Jiang Hao. "Or if I had met you earlier, I might have done better." Jiang Hao looked at the woman but didn't say anything. By the time she finished speaking, her breath had weakened. She fell silent. Jiang Hao looked at her and then took her away with him. It's hard to say how long it took. Feng Wei woke up from his slumber. When he opened his eyes, he felt that the sunlight was blinding. He shielded his eyes with his hand. After a while, his eyes adapted to the light. He looked around and saw that he was on a mountain peak. It was surrounded by nothing but wilderness. "Where is this place?" Feng Wei was puzzled. At that moment, he noticed something in his other hand. He saw the heaven rejuvenating pill. "My pill." Feng Wei was shocked and immediately started looking for Jiang Hao, but there was no sign of him. "I'm out." He found it hard to believe. However, all signs indicated that he was free. It seemed unbelievable, but deep down, he had hoped for it. Feng Wei sighed. He still didn't know who that person was. That person must be a formidable senior from some sect who only wanted to see the Xuanyuan sword. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go near the Black Heaven sect. The Xuanyuan sword was about to appear, and he wanted to see it. Gui spent more than a day and finally found the entrance. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath. "I'm so tired. I've worked so hard for Qiao Yi's cultivation technique." Qiao Yi was not a member of the Heavenly Spirit tribe, but she had a natural affinity with them. She could practice their technique. So, Gui found the best technique to accelerate Qiao Yi's cultivation speed. With her resources, Qiao Yi's advancement would be extremely fast. Boom! When the stone wall was finally broken through, a fiery light burst forth. She had expected it to be hot and sudden, but it was unexpectedly soothing. Considering that it had been sealed for so many years, it should have been scorching. It truly is where the Xuanyuan sword is. This is extraordinary. Baizhu couldn't help but exclaim, then she took a step inside. As soon as she entered, she saw the bright sword at the center. Its aura was restrained, but it shone with a grandeur. The Xuanyuan sword. Seeing the divine artifact up close was strange. In an instant, she snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to admire the sword. She needed to set up the core of the burning immortal formation. She had a doubt the Xuanyuan sword might have been contaminated, but it didn't seem to be. Soon, she reached the edge of the formation. When she glanced at it, she frowned in confusion. What's going on? Is the formation complete? Could it be that there's very little left to be replenished? She looked around. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. She found that not only had the formation been completed, but its power had also been fully restored. The burning immortal formation could be activated at any time. Did someone get here ahead of me? Maybe Xuanyuan Tai? That's impossible. Then, who else could it be from the Black Heaven sect? Baizhu approached the central platform doubtfully to see if there were any other changes. When she got there, she was stunned. 7-star seal. The 7-star seal was a seal Senior Dan Yuan had taught them. Only 5 people from the gathering knew about it. They were Senior Dan Yuan, Xing, Lu Jing, and herself. It's certainly not Senior Dan Yuan. Xing is in the eastern region. Lu is overseas, so. Baizhu unlocked the 7-star seal and found a purple-colored bead inside. It had black mist trapped inside, which she guessed was the mist that had tainted the sword. It's Jing. Baizhu was moved. She had come all this way, while Jing had silently taken care of everything. Why did he leave behind this mist for her? Is he planning to exchange it with me for something else? After collecting the item, she carefully inspected the burning immortal formation and was shocked to discover that the things required to give the formation sufficient power were exceptionally unique. She wouldn't have time to find them and complete the formation. It is no wonder Jing seemed so busy. He was either dealing with monsters or divine artifacts. It would be strange if he wasn't constantly busy. After making sure everything was in order, Baizhu approached the Xuanyuan sword. I wonder what it feels like to touch such a divine artifact. She was naturally curious about the human emperor's sword. Even though she couldn't possess it, could she at least touch it? Forgive me, but I have a small wish. I just want to touch it. Chapter 698 Chapter 698 Shang An's Intervention. Chapter 698 Shang An's Intervention. Baizhu stood before the Xuanyuan sword and saw that the sword did not refuse her approach. She cautiously moved closer. Due to the sword's formidable reputation, she was very cautious. Just a touch should be fine, right? Baizhu reassured herself. With such a divine artifact before her, it would be a shame not to have at least touched it. Taking a deep breath, Baizhu crossed the distance and touched the sword's hilt. Instantly, the sword vibrated. A surge of sword intent poured out like a tidal wave. Boom! Baizhu was startled. She tried to let go, but it was already too late. Boom! The sword's intent broke free and hit her. It sent her flying backward. Then, the sword's intent gathered into a majestic figure before Baizhu's astonished eyes. At that moment, the figure turned to look at her. A single glance from this figure felt like everything pressed down on her. Baizhu was awestruck. She felt insignificant. Baizhu was flung back and she crashed into the wall. She didn't hesitate. "Senior, please spare me." The pressure instantly disappeared. When she looked up again, there was nothing in front of her but the Xuanyuan sword. Everything that had just happened felt like an illusion. Baizhu was scared and remained seated where she was. "It truly is the human emperor's sword." Her cultivation realm was already quite high, but in front of the human emperor she was like a child. If someone had approached the sword with evil intentions, they would have been killed by the Xuanyuan sword just now. She was curious whether Jing had touched the human emperor's sword. He probably was curious too. "I can ask him the next time we meet." She was also curious about how he had arrived here. After exploring the area, she found that there were mineral veins outside. She also discovered the formation. After a brief examination of the place, she was shocked to find that Jing had been here for a very, very long time. As for the formation, she just took one look and knew it was a teleportation formation. She had no intention of using it to go somewhere else. Meeting Jing unexpectedly would not be safe. She left by following the same path she had come from. The Xuanyuan sword's emergence was proceeding smoothly, and now they were waiting for the arrival of the Grand Earth Emperor, who would resonate with the Xuanyuan sword. That would be the best time for the Xuanyuan sword to emerge. "I wonder if senior brother Xuanyuan Tai is making progress." When Baizhu left, the true dragon emerged from the Xuanyuan sword. It glanced at the sword and then said, "I thought you were broken when that person pulled you out so casually earlier. It seems that you're not. That means that person was exceptional. I can't see what makes him so special though. Is it temperament? Personality? Talent?" This question had no answer, as nobody could provide it. The inheritor of the Xuanyuan sword embodied the will of the human emperor. Their ability to wield the sword signified the human emperor's approval. At the Black Heaven sect, the forces of the mountain and sea converged in the sky. In the midst of this great force, Xuanyuan Tail's figure seemed like a lone boat adrift. At that point, he could only stabilize the great force, but he couldn't integrate it into his body. Even with strong individuals assisting him, it wasn't as easy as he had thought to achieve success. At that time, various sects were making preparations. Outside the sect, there were signs of the fallen immortal clan, the Saint Bandits, the end of all things, and even a spiritual aura. It was the Great Thousand God sect. These people hadn't made a move, but their pressure was attempting to subvert the great force of the mountain and sea. Inside the Black Heaven sect, members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect stood together. They assisted, but the effect was not as great as they had hoped. There were only a few people who had come to contribute, and they couldn't form a complete spiritual aura. The Black Heaven sect is still too weak. If it were one of the major sects in the southern region, it would be much easier to deal with. Xingchen sighed. These forces have no intention of making a move, they just want to gain some benefit from the success or failure of this event. But even so, the Black Heaven sect is unable to suppress them. We can only rely on Xuanyuan Tai. If it were someone else, they would have already failed by now, Xingchen said. This person is indeed extraordinary. Do you think he will fail? Fu Dongshu asked. It's hard to say. This is not a test of strength but a contest of the surrounding spiritual aura. It is to see how many people support him, Xingchen said. In any case, it seems the situation doesn't look good for the Grand Earth Emperor, Xingchen said solemnly. At the same time, members of the fallen immortal clan stood outside and absorbed the spiritual aura. They had sensed something and found a similar aura underground. They could only absorb a tiny amount at a time. It seems that our clan has learned something about this place, someone said. We mustn't make a mistake now. For now, let's focus on absorbing what we can. By the way, what about the 3 who left? Asked the man in the lead. One of them rescued Mi Qian, and the other 2 went to find Jiang Hao's junior sister. There should be good news soon, said a woman. Very well. Let them act on their own. There's no need for us to contact them too much, said the man in the lead. As the group was still planning to absorb the ancestral aura, they suddenly felt another presence. This aura was bright, like a beam of light shining upon them. It affected their progress. Shortly after, the light shone on the Black Heaven sect and helped to stabilize the great force of the mountain and sea. Who is that? They looked into the distance and saw a figure approaching. This figure was radiating a bright light. It was difficult to make out their appearance. It's the Sage's light, said the man in the lead. Shang from the Clear Sky School. How did he end up in the southern region? Shang was incredibly powerful, but for the immortal sex, he was a saintly person who hadn't fully matured yet. It was surprising that he was allowed to go outside. Don't confront him. There may be people from Clear Sky School around, or he might be carrying a valuable treasure. Understood. As the saint's light got closer, the spiritual auras in the vicinity avoided its sharpness. The reputation of the Clear Sky School sages had spread far and wide throughout the 4 regions. No one was willing to oppose them at this time. Zhuge Jin also sensed the arrival of that light and found it somewhat unbelievable. I've only heard of this person, and now I see that his reputation is well deserved. That beam of light acted like a giant hand that protected the great force of the mountain and sea. It made things easier for Xuanyuan Tai. Who is that person? Zhuge Jing asked curiously. The recent prodigy that the Clear Sky School recruited. His arrival likely represents Clear Sky School. That's why no one dares to confront him. This also gives Xuanyuan Tai a better chance. However, he alone is enough to exude such a strong aura. He should be able to ascend to the Immortal Ascension platform at any time. Furthermore, he must have a valuable treasure with him, Zhuge Jin said. So, does that mean the Grand Earth Emperor will be able to appear finally? Fu Dongshu asked. Zhuge Jin looked up and whispered, the great force of the mountain and sea has stabilized, but absorbing it is still extremely difficult. There aren't enough people who can do it without the Dragon Clan. We'll have to see what the Black Heaven sect has prepared. The people of the Black Heaven sect were overjoyed. The appearance of that light gave them confidence. At that moment, an elderly man took out a dragon pearl. This was something any Naak Maria at an Umigmame cost on a Drought Dacrum overseas. Senior, it's up to you now. I'm just a shadow using the dragon pearl. It's not certain whether this will succeed. It's a pity that my true self can't leave Chaos Stone Island. Otherwise, I could contribute much more. Senior, don't worry about it. Just do your best, and let fate decide the rest. Chapter 699 Chapter 699 The True Body of the True Dragon is Needed. Chapter 699 The True Body of the True Dragon is Needed. Outside the Black Heaven sect, Feng Wei watched from afar. He dared not get too close because there were too many different auras around, and he feared for his life. However, a scene like this was something that happened once in a lifetime. Although he had reached the Foundation establishment realm, he was ultimately an insignificant figure in the entire cultivation world. He toiled day by day for a meager amount of spirit stones. Dissatisfaction burned within him. He was unwilling to fade away. However, wanting to become stronger based solely on momentum was useless. He needed to put in the effort, and with his shallow foundation, he was walking on thin ice. One misstep and he would meet his end with no one left to even collect his corpse. There's someone here, said a voice behind him. Feng Wei was startled. He hadn't noticed anyone approaching. He wondered if he should flee. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him. It was a young man who looked playful. Your clothes seem a bit tattered, he said with a smile. Greetings, senior, said Feng Wei in fear. Oh, don't be like that. I'm just passing by and was curious about you, so I asked. I don't know what you've done or plan to do, but I don't intend to pry, the man said. Senior, you're too carefree. That's why we've been searching for junior brother Shang and senior brother Lu Yun for so long, said a graceful woman in annoyance. Yes. You said he would help us find them. It seems you just led us here aimlessly, said another young man. Shang is here, isn't he? Besides, do you really have to call him junior brother? Who among you is stronger than he? Said the man in front of Feng Wei lazily. I am Xie Dongnan from the Clear Sky School. What's your name? Xie Dongnan looked at the person in front of him. I'm Feng Wei from the Heavenly Note sect, Feng Wei said with a bow. The Clear Sky School was the strongest immortal sect. How could someone from there appear here? We came here because we saw senior brother Shang An's light, said a young woman. The four of them had secretly left their sect to come and see Shang An. Since they couldn't see him within the sect, they had come out to take a look. Now that they saw the sage's light, they were deeply moved. Truly, it was clear that the disciple recruited by the elders from across the two regions had extraordinary talent. Countless elders wept in secret for not getting to recruit him first. We can't approach now, so we can only watch from here. But for the Grand Earth Emperor, we still need to contribute. If we don't see him, it's fine. But if we do and refuse to contribute, that would be unacceptable, Xie Dongnan said. How can we help? Someone asked. Bring out your treasures, and I'll do it. Xie Dongnan was excited. There's even the aura of the Mountain Sea Sword sect here. How pathetic that an immortal sect like us has to remain hidden here. If they see the grandeur of the most powerful immortal sect, they'll grind their teeth in fear. Aren't you usually very carefree? Why do you suddenly want to compete, senior? Said a white-robed woman. Carefree? Senior brother is very competitive, said the other young man. He actually is. The young woman nodded. Feng Wei watched them as they summoned their magical treasures, and then, the one in front of him emitted an overwhelming aura. This immense aura echoed and protected the great force of the mountain and sea. The sudden involvement of Clear Sky School left the Black Heaven sect overjoyed. The members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect were also astonished. The Clear Sky School's disciples had come to join in the fun as well. Other forces had no choice but to withdraw once more. It seemed that no one wanted to fight at this moment. They just wanted the benefits. At that moment, an elderly person in the Black Heaven sect looked at the dragon pearl he was holding. Senior, it's up to you now. Very well, said the true dragon. Then a phantom soared into the sky. The might of a true dragon helped Xuanyuan Tai to accommodate the great force. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. At last, the great force of the mountain and sea began to be absorbed. Everyone looked up at the sky and awaited the final result. Beneath them, Shang felt quite emotional. The Grand Earth Emperor is truly formidable. Senior sister, you aren't bad either. If it weren't for the Xuanyuan bloodline's advantage, they wouldn't be as good as you, said a young woman next to Shang. Shang chuckled. Don't make wild claims. That person is still young. When he reaches my age, he might become stronger than me. In my view, you are the strongest, said the young woman. You have sparred with so many powerful people and defeated each one. I wonder if he will succeed, said Shang. I feel like many powerful individuals are watching from outside. I wonder if they will take action, said the young woman. They won't. These people all have their own purpose, and whether the Grand Earth Emperor succeeds or not doesn't affect them, Shang said. The Grand Earth Emperor indeed has a great reputation, but you aren't bad either. Many people recognize and respect your talent, senior sister. Shang smiled. At that moment, the great force of the mountain and sea was shrinking. Fu Dongxue was surprised. That is a true dragon. Although it's not the main body, will it still be enough? It's hard to say. We have to see what happens next, Jing said. Everything was proceeding smoothly, especially after the Clear Sky School's involvement. It made people wary. I feel like the Clear Sky School has surpassed us, Jing said. In an instant, people around him all looked over in resentment. Jing was speechless. For his sect, they didn't want to compete with others. However, when it came to the Clear Sky School, the Bright Moon sect, and the Astronomical Academy, competition was unavoidable. Baizhu walked out of the Sun Moon Peak. She walked to Qiao Yi. How is it going? I think it's going well. Qiao Yi briefed her on everything that had happened. Sage's Light? Xuanyuan from the Clear Sky School is here? He really is in the southern region, Baizhu said. Xuanyuan. Qiao Yi didn't recognize the name. Do you remember why I only called myself the #1 genius of the royal family, instead of an unrivaled genius? Baizhu asked. Because there was an unrivaled genius who achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qiao Yi said in confusion. Yes, that is one of the unrivaled geniuses. The other one is that person right there. Xuanyuan the extraordinary genius, said Baizhu. Initially, she didn't know how powerful Xuanyuan was. Now it seemed unbelievable. Even if they stood in the same realm, the difference was extraordinary. It's incredible that a true dragon is helping out, but, Baizhu looked at the great force of the mountain and sea. She felt that this was somewhat different from when Chu Jie had been there. It seemed to be a less smooth. Even with Chu Jie here, there would be problems. The Grand Earth Emperor would face some issues anyway. Not long after, the phantom of the true dragon began to falter. The great force of the mountain and sea became heavy as if it could suppress everything. No. The true body needs to be here, said the true dragon. The message resonated everywhere. Everyone's faces turned pale. Xuanyuan Tai, at this moment, was in even worse shape. If not for his strong willpower, he wouldn't have been able to endure it this long. What should we do? An elder from the Black Heaven sect asked. It seemed like nothing could solve the problem. They could only stall for time. At the same time, Shaoli followed a scent to the outside of the Black Heaven sect. She had lost the gift she bought for her senior brother, and had run away on her own. Where is it? Shaoli pouted and looked around. Are you looking for this? Two people walked out of the woods. They surrounded Shaoli. One of them held a box of pastries. Thief! Shaoli was infuriated. She had thought her gift had grown legs and ran away on its own, but it turned out that it had been stolen. How infuriating! Chapter 700 Chapter 700 Is Jing here to help? Chapter 700 Is Jing here to help? Shaoli looked at the two people in front of her. It was a middle-aged man and a relatively young woman. They both looked not very pleasing to the eye. That's a gift for my senior brother, Shaoli said. So? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Give it back. Shaoli reached out her hand. You can have it back if you come with us, said the middle-aged man. You want me to listen to thieves like you? Shaoli glared at them. Give it back to me. If not, I'm going to get angry. Boom! The woman flicked her finger and turned the pastries into powder. Don't waste your time with her, she said. Shaoli stomped her foot in anger. Those were my pastries. I'm furious now. Angry? What use is it for you to get angry here? The woman stepped closer to Shaoli. You are just at the Foundation establishment realm. Soon, you'll realize how small you really are. The woman approached Shaoli. She was ready to use her power to suppress her and take her away. However, as she got closer, a blue light suddenly flashed. Boom! A barrier of light blocked her hand. That surprised her. In an instant, a fist struck her in the face. She was sent flying. She rolled several times on the ground and stood up. She hadn't expected to be humiliated like this. You're looking for trouble. She charged again. This time, her aura erupted in a powerful force. This little girl had to pay for her humiliation. You thief! You want to fight me? Shaoli swung her fist without any reservation. The dragon pearl on her neck kept releasing blue energy which covered her entire body. The attacks from the woman barely made an impact as they were all neutralized by the blue light. Boom! Shaoli sent the woman flying again with a punch. This girl is strange. Let's team up, said the middle-aged man. I'll kill you. The woman was furious. She was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm but had been punched twice by this little girl who was only in the Foundation establishment realm. Don't you move. Before the middle-aged man could say anything, he was sent flying. I'll beat you both up, Shaoli said furiously. The middle-aged man was also furious. How could a Foundation establishment realm kid be so strong? A few rounds later, they found themselves beaten up. Shaoli had suffered no injuries at all. Don't hold back. Suppress her with full force even if she dies, said the middle-aged man. They couldn't delay. Soon, both of them unleashed all their power and even used their magical treasures. This time, they didn't hold back. They intended to overwhelm Shaoli. The power was incredibly intense, and Shaoli instinctively shielded her eyes. Here's our chance. The two leaped from the sky and descended with overwhelming force. It seemed like their power could crush everything below. At that moment, the dragon pearl emitted an unprecedented blue light that snewed up Helolile sky. A dragon roar echoed. The giant dragon's shadow pierced the heavens and stirred the winds and clouds. Under the shadow of the dragon, the two formidable opponents turned to ashes. They never dreamed that they would die without even knowing how. Inside the Black Heaven sect, Xingchen frowned. It seems we can't do it. The dragon phantom W in the sky had exhausted its strength, and Xuanyuan Tai was struggling. What if we endure it a bit longer? Fu Dongshu asked. I don't know. I've never seen this before. It's too hard to succeed. Xingchen sighed. Is there a true dragon anywhere? There's a phantom here, which means that the Black Heaven sect is already very impressive, Xingchen said. The others didn't argue. Indeed, that was the case. Even for their own sect, it might not be easy to find a phantom of a dragon, let alone a true dragon. There were no true dragons in the world today. Even if there were, it was a well-kept secret. They could only find some traces of dragons in certain ruins. Although the Grand Earth Emperor has appeared, it's a pity it's not easy to complete the process. Fu Dongshu sighed. Outside, Xiedongnan also felt helpless. It all depended on luck now. If luck wasn't on their side, it would be too difficult for the Grand Earth Emperor to appear. Even if luck was on their side, success wasn't guaranteed. They had come here unexpectedly and had tried their best. Princess, is this going to fail? Qiao Yi asked. Not yet. There should still be something, Baizhu said. What? Qiao Yi asked in confusion. A person, Baizhu said. What kind of person? Someone who made a move during the attainment of the heavenly Tao. Foundation establishment. He might help the Grand Earth Emperor as well. Is this person very strong? At the very least, I haven't found him to be weak. When will he take action? I don't know, but if a blue or purple energy appears, it'll be him. Purple or blue. But there's no sign of. Before Qiao Yi finished her sentence, a blue beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. This sudden change caught everyone's attention. The dragon's roar shook everything, and a giant dragon's figure soared into the sky. It shook the heavens and earth. The dragon's might covered all directions. In an instant, it crushed and shattered all surrounding auras. The true dragon phantom halted in the sky. With a single glance, it stabilized the great force of the mountain and sea, and Xuanyuan Tai's process of assimilating the force became smooth and swift. The earlier true dragon's phantom lowered its head in awe. This sudden appearance of the dragon shocked not only the Black Heaven sect but also the various other major powers in the vicinity. Smiling Xingchen. The people from the Great Thousand Gods sect immediately thought of that name. In a split second, everyone from the Great Thousand Gods sect began to retreat. Baizhu was stunned. It's a true dragon. She initially thought it might be purple energy, but now, it seemed that everything was under Jing's control. The thing had been lured out by the rise of the Xuanyuan clan, and it was here to repay the favor. How far can he see? Baizhu wondered. Qiao Yi was astounded. It's really happening. It's blue. The princess knew far more than she had expected. At the same time, in the woods, Shaoli opened her eyes, and the beam of light disappeared. The true dragon's phantom also vanished without a trace. Where are they? Shaoli looked around but found no one. She stomped her foot in frustration. Darn it, they stole my stuff and ran away. Who stole what from you again? A clear and melodious voice sounded from behind her. Shaoli was startled. She turned around to see a figure in a red and white dress standing behind her. Sister-in-law. Shaoli ran toward her in joy. Why are you here? Where's my senior brother? Hong Yuye was here. Chapter 701 Chapter 701 All that belongs to senior brother belongs to senior sister too. Chapter 701 All that belongs to senior brother belongs to senior sister too. Where's my senior brother? Shaoli held on to Hong Yuye's arm and looked around. Hong Yuye watched Shaoli but didn't stop her from holding onto her hand. Your senior brother isn't here. Huh? Senior brother is so irresponsible. He doesn't accompany you when you go out? Hong Yuye looked at the girl in front of her, then lifted the dragon pearl around her neck to examine it. However, the dragon pearl showed some reluctance. Is this yours? Hong Yuye asked. This is senior brother's, Shaoli said. Whatever is his is also yours. So, this can be yours too, senior sister. Hong Yuye raised an eyebrow and looked at Shaoli. Then, she smiled. You're different from your senior brother. Huh. Shaoli was puzzled. How so? Hong Yuye didn't answer her. 9 out of 10 things Jiang Hao told were lies, while Shaoli was different. Every word she said was said with sincerity. What did you say was stolen? Hong Yuye let go of the dragon pearl and asked. I bought a gift for my senior brother, but it was stolen and the thieves ran away, Shaoli said in annoyance. Is that so? Hong Yuye raised her head and looked at the ashes on the ground. At that moment, a loud rumbling sounded from the sky. A figure stood there like an unshakable mountain. Wow, so tall. Who is it? Shaoli asked curiously. He's the Grand Earth Emperor, Hong Yuye said. The spirit beast said that if anyone takes its name, even the Grand Earth Emperor will be good to them, said Shaoli in awe. Hong Yuye smiled. Then, she took Shaoli and left. Greeting, senior. I'm Xingchen from the Black Heaven sect. Welcome, said a voice respectfully from afar. Hong Yuye didn't pay any attention to it and continued leading Shaoli into the sect. On the way, Shaoli talked with her happily. Senior sister, I've prepared a gift for you too. Really? What is it? Delicious pastries. It's especially delicious. Especially delicious. Yes, you should taste them. Here, take one. Give them to your senior brother. Senior sister, you are too good to him. At the same time, someone from a distance requested an audience, but none of them received a response. No one dared to approach recklessly. The imposing aura was enough to intimidate everyone. In the sky, Xuanyuan had completely absorbed the great force, and he now had a completely new outlook. He could even sense the presence of the Xuanyuan sword under his feet and could resonate with it at any moment. Looks like junior sister Baizhu succeeded after all, he said. Xuanyuan calmed his breath and began communicating and resonating with the Xuanyuan sword. Many people were puzzled, and some of the Black Heaven sect's elders couldn't understand why he didn't come down despite his success. Remaining in the sky was very dangerous as it made him an easy target. To some, Xuanyuan was still just a soul ascension realm cultivator. In the eyes of many, he still seemed weak. Zhuge Jin and the others understood the reason. It seems that the Xuanyuan sword is about to emerge. It will be interesting to see how profound the sword's intent is. In fact, the members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect were somewhat reluctant. They weren't disapproving of the human emperor, but rather the sword's intent itself. This was because there was a record in their sect that said the sword of the human emperor could break through the 9 heavens, suppress the earth, and overturn the world with a single strike. The sword was the ultimate weapon. Various records showed that the human emperor was never a sword cultivator. As sword cultivators themselves, they didn't want to be suppressed by someone who wasn't a sword cultivator at all. Not everyone had come here for that reason. Some came to witness the sword intent of the great sword of the human emperor. Regardless of the reason, they would now achieve their goals. In the distance, Baizhu was prepared and started to imprint the sword's intent of the Xuanyuan sword. Qiao Yi helped her. Auntie Qiao, this matter concerns your future. You must be careful, Baizhu said to her. What? Qiao Yi was puzzled. Baizhu didn't say anything more but simply advised her to stay focused. Outside the Black Heaven sect, the fallen immortal clan also felt it. The aura was obvious, and they had gained quite a bit from it. However, they could sense that everything in the world was now vying for this energy. As for the Great Thousand God sect, they retreated. They had no reason to stay now that the event had passed. As for the Clear Sky School, they were also not taking action but were just watching the sky. Xie Dongnan was puzzled. What's going on? If you don't know, senior brother, how could we? Said the white-robed woman as she took back her magical treasure. They were actually quite curious about the dragon's shadow just now but didn't dare approach recklessly. After some thought, Feng Wei said, It might be the Xuanyuan sword. The Xuanyuan sword? Xie Dongnan was astonished. How much do you know about it, friend? The Xuanyuan sword is right beneath the Black Heaven sect, and it was suppressing something. It can't appear easily, Feng Wei said. What is the Great Earth Emperor waiting for? Asked the young woman. Because there is a formation near the Xuanyuan sword, which most likely can destroy the suppressed entity, Feng Wei said. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light appeared beneath Xuanyuan. The light extended from the mountain to the sky and revealed a formation in the air. That is indeed a formation. Xie Dongnan frowned slightly. What kind of formation is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Several people looked at Feng Wei. Feng Wei felt lucky that he had asked the senior from before. It's called the Burning Immortal Formation. Burning Immortal Formation? Exclaimed the young woman. I know that formation. It was created by the human race. Well, it's said that the one who created this formation was an extremely talented formation master from the heavenly spirit tribe. He joined the human race where the human emperor appeared and devoted himself to studying formations. Eventually, he completed the Burning Immortal Formation during the war between humans and immortals, and it brought devastation to all sides. This is the first time I've seen this formation. How do you know about it? Smack. Xie Dongnan gave the young woman's head a soft smack. These are adult matters. Don't ask too many questions, child. The younger woman glared at her senior brother but remained silent. The older one turned to Feng Wei. Do you know what the Xuanyuan sword looks like? It's radiant and gleaming, with a golden luster, Feng Wei said without hesitation. The group exchanged glances. They found it unbelievable. According to the records, no one had seen the true form of the Xuanyuan sword in countless years. This person not only knew about the Burning Immortal Formation but also knew that the sword was located beneath the Black Heaven sect. He even knew what the sword looked like. It meant that this person had seen the sword already. We're planning to travel to the southern region. Would you like to guide us? Of course, when we return, we can take you with us. We can take you to the Clear Sky School. We, as disciples, cannot recruit you, but we can take you to learn from the seniors. The sect approves that. If you have extraordinary talent and a good temperament, there's a chance you might become an outer sect disciple. Feng Wei was astounded. At that moment, he understood what it meant to encounter a noble person. His life had changed since meeting that senior. It was only possible for him to accept this opportunity because of that person. If he went along with them, and even just traveled with them, that would be an incredible opportunity in itself. He was filled with gratitude. He now realized what a stroke of luck he had encountered. In a time of despair within the sect, someone had extended a helping hand to him. When hope seemed lost in the mine, someone appeared and pulled him out. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best to be an efficient guide, he said gratefully. Now that his path had become smoother, he had to give it his all. Chapter 702 Chapter 702 The white blade was tainted red as it came out of the back. Chapter 702 The white blade was tainted red as it came out of the back. Xuanyuan Tai slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he had a smile on his face. Some people had come because of his identity as the Grand Earth Emperor, while others came for the Xuanyuan sword. In principle, they shouldn't have brought out the sword at this time to keep it safe. But, as the Grand Earth Emperor, how could he just hide? Once one became a sovereign, they had to stand tall and proud. Even if he died, he couldn't bow down to anyone. With determination in his heart, he reached out his right hand and grabbed something. His voice echoed in all directions. Senior, thank you for your patience. The world will cheer for your arrival. Come. As Xuanyuan Tai's palm closed, a golden light shot into the sky. Countless swords in tents shattered through layers of rock and illuminated the 8 directions. It caused a commotion throughout the world. The golden sword intent reached 9 heavens and suppressed the mountains and seas. Numerous treasures shook, and spiritual energy was difficult to circulate. The entire Black Heaven sect was covered by this golden sword's intent. At that moment, both the disciples and elders of the sect finally realized that the human emperor's sword was about to appear. With the emergence of the sword's intent, the burning immortal formation erupted. Numerous auras appeared, but none could surpass the sword's intent. People from the Mountain Sea Sword sect were deeply shocked by the ancient and vast sword intent. It made them feel small. Other powerful individuals felt the same way. The sage's light dimmed. Everything in the world withdrew to avoid the sharpness of the sword's intent. The saint bandits sighed warily and turned to leave. The human emperor's sword had slaughtered numerous immortal beings. Baizhu was excited. It's here. It's here. Finally, it's complete. Amidst the shock of countless people, the entire mountain peak shattered, and a golden sword emerged from it. The sword flew toward Xuanyuan and finally landed in his hand. Xuanyuan smiled as he gripped the sword. He was finally about to begin the sword's test. At that moment, the sword's intent exploded and illuminated the heavens and earth. Everyone lowered their heads. They were unable to look directly at it. Baizhu's magical treasure lit up and successfully imprinted the sword's intent. She also noticed that the sword's intent enveloped Xuanyuan. He was surrounded by layers upon layers of rock. Until he completed the test, he would remain there. Baizhu shook her head. She had touched it just a bit and got injured, but someone was about to start the test holding that very same sword. She felt that it was too discriminatory. It's indeed shining with golden light, said Xie Dongnan in emotion. Senior brother, something big is happening, said the white-robed young woman. What's going on? Shang is missing. On the other side, the fallen immortal clan, who had gathered enough aura, decided to leave. What about Jiang Hao? The leader asked. I don't know. We have lost contact with those two. It's likely that things have taken a turn for the worse. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's head back. All right. At the Heavenly Note sect, in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao returned to his house. He immediately checked his interface. I've advanced so quickly. After mining so much, he was still far from full. But after polishing the Xuanyuan sword, he was almost there. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. After that, he took out the heavenly sword. If I don't use it for a year or two, will I also produce many blue bubbles from cleaning it? The heavenly sword should be no different from the Xuanyuan sword. It was a shame that he couldn't wait for 100 years without using the sword. After all, he might encounter many dangers on the way. The heavenly sword was extremely powerful. Jiang Hao walked to the courtyard. He found that no one had taken care of the courtyard for a long time, and it looked messy. In the past, when the spirit beast was still here, it took care or everything. But now that the spirit beast had gone to the Black Heaven sect with Shaoli, the courtyard was deserted. He thought of tidying it up, but he was still assumed to be outside the sect. So, he couldn't hide here. It would be better to go outside to check the situation and then report back. After a short while, Jiang Hao reached the outskirts of the sect and found a senior brother in charge. He reported his name, which surprised the senior brother. After reporting, you can go back and rest, said the senior. Jiang Hao learned that the Heavenly Note sect now had the upper hand in the battle, so they didn't need people in lower cultivation realms to take risk. If he hadn't returned, the people from the law enforcement hall would have gone out to search. It took some time, but Jiang Hao reported everything. He told the senior that he had been through many difficulties and had been forced to work in the mines. He had to exert a great deal of effort to escape. The people from the Heavenly Note sect did not doubt this because it was common knowledge that captives were forced to work in the mines. Jiang Hao wasn't worried if they asked more questions. He had indeed gone to work in the mines. Finally, Jiang Hao asked about senior brother Yu Dehong. He learned that Yu Dehong had disappeared, just like him. Only senior sister Ning Shuang had returned. This piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity. He had checked the surroundings at that time. There weren't any other enemies around. Ning Shuang didn't have the ability to kill Yu Dehong either. So, how did he disappear? Jiang Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Perhaps they had encountered something unusual. After settling the matters, Jiang Hao returned to his residence. On the way, he wanted to figure out what had happened. He secretly found senior sister Ning Shuang. When he reached a secluded place, he revealed himself. When she saw him, she was somewhat surprised. As senior brother Jiang, you're back. He appraised her. Jiang Hao just wanted to see if she had any information on Yudahong. Jiang Hao was stunned. He felt enraged. Senior brother Yudahong was a good person. You should have been able to see that he wouldn't have harmed you in any way, said Jiang Hao. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Ning Shuang looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. I know I shouldn't have run away, but my cultivation realm is low, and I really had no choice. But I do know where senior brother Yudahong might be. Just before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao appeared in front of her and stabbed her with his long sword. The white sword was tainted red as it came out of her body from the back. Do you know why I appeared to you just outside the sect? It was just in case I had to do this. Chapter 703 Chapter 703 I'm just trying to save myself. Chapter 703 I'm just trying to save myself. Ning Shuang felt the pain and looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Are you not a good person? She asked. The person in front of her was not a cruel person, or so she thought. Considering his actions in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, he had always been kind and people could easily manipulate him. She thought that even if he returned alive, it would be easy to deal with him. But she never expected that he would attack her as soon as they met. You've disappointed me, Jiang Hao said coldly. You're clearly not a good person, Ning Shuang said. Like senior brother Yudahong? Jiang Hao asked in response. How do you know? Ning Shuang asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer. Did I do something wrong? Ning Shuang looked at Jiang Hao. This is a demonic sect, and I can't afford any trouble. What's wrong with wanting to make myself safer? Did I do something wrong? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. Then, why did you attack me? Ning Shuang asked. Because, Jiang Hao hadn't finished speaking when a light shot up into the sky with a distress signal. Jiang Hao looked up and saw his own name on it. How dare you try to kill me? I prepared this in advance to prevent you from suppressing me, Ning Shuang said as she looked at Jiang Hao with a cold smile. You talk too much and are too slow in deciding things. You gave me time. Even if I die, you can't escape. It's the same outside or inside the sect. The law enforcement hall didn't investigate you before because there was no information, and there was no need to search for it. Now that everyone has seen it, they have no choice but to investigate. Do you want me to tell you why I attacked you? He asked. When will this cycle of revenge end? We have no personal disagreement. Let's just forget about it. We can pretend not to know each other, Ning Shuang said softly. Jiang Hao only asked, when do you think the sex people will arrive? You should trust the law enforcement hall's efficiency, Ning Shuang said with confidence. Jiang Hao nodded and waited quietly. Ning Shuang was puzzled but willing to wait. Even though she was bleeding, it wouldn't take long for her to recover. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao looked at his junior sister. She had bled out too much. It seems you miscalculated, junior sister. Ning Shuang was shocked. Jiang Hao didn't explain further. He approached her, swung his sword, and beheaded her. After retrieving the storage treasure, he set her body on fire. Once everything had burned to ashes, Jiang Hao put away the heavenly cauldron and disappeared into the woods at the edge of the cliff. He moved at an incredible speed. In the end, he found nothing there. With a sigh, he disappeared. When he reappeared, He was in his living room. It hadn't even been a day, but he had changed the golden ring again to ensure he had an escape tour today. Now, he changed it again, just in case. This time, there didn't seem to be any immediate tasks in the sect. He would wait for the conflicts outside to be resolved. So far, the main task was to make sure the spirit herb garden was okay. He needed to check the situation there. If Xingchen could single-handedly handle the garden, that would be great. If the cliff master called him to do something else, that wouldn't be good. As the day gradually darkened, Jiang Hao wasn't sure about the current situation of the Black Heaven sect. Whether Xuanyuan Tai had become the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xuanyuan sword had reappeared was still unknown. He could only wait for the gathering to begin and see what Gui would say. The next day, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden. As soon as he entered, he sensed chaos. There were far fewer people than he had expected, and most of them were outer sect disciples. Why is it so disorganized here? Jiang Hao asked one of the outer sect disciples. Senior brother Jiang Hao? You're finally back. Senior brother Xingchen is overwhelmed. There's a spy in the Spirit Herb Garden who has damaged a lot of spirit herbs. In addition to the sect's needs, we're also facing losses. We're constantly being questioned. To avoid more trouble for the Spirit Herb Garden, Senior Brother Xingchen is personally apologizing to everyone, but we still don't know how to resolve the issue, especially since the other seniors from the sect are not here. Jiang Hao was surprised. The seniors might have been sent to fight like him. The other primordial spirit realm seniors were absent, so Xingchen was facing some difficulties. It was understandable, as there were significant losses of spirit herbs, and it should have been the responsibility of the seniors to handle the issue. However, since the seniors were not present, Xingchen had to take on the burden. Jiang Hao had returned, and the responsibility for resolving these issues now fell on him. The personal loss could be compensated, but it would be awkward if the loss had embarrassed others. Moreover, it was also a bit of Xingchen's fault for allowing such a serious breach to occur. Even if Jiang Hao wasn't here, he would still be responsible for it. Inside the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao could feel the tension and panic among both the ordinary people and outer sect disciples, who were exhausted. After some thought, Jiang Hao approached one of the ordinary non-cultivators. He patted the person softly on the shoulder. The person was so scared that they didn't dare to move and immediately knelt on the ground. It's me, Jiang Hao said calmly. The person was a teenager. He must be around 13 or 14 years old. He froze as he turned to look at Jiang Hao. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. Greeting, immortal elder, said the boy. Go back and rest. Come back to work tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. He not only sent this person away but almost a third of the others as well. He also told a dozen or so outer sect disciples that they didn't have to come here to work anymore. They were already short-handed, so no one could understand Jiang Hao's decision, but no one dared to question them. Jiang Hao didn't explain himself to anyone. In fact, the reason was quite simple. There were 3 people among those he had sent away who seemed a bit strange, so he simply got rid of them. The Spirit Herb Garden and those in it began to calm down. Xingchen was even more excited and rushed to report to Jiang Hao about the situation. The most damage was done to the 100 Bones Forest's spirit herbs. Many valuable spirit herbs were damaged. The 100 Bones Forest. Yes. The herbs that senior sister Lian Qin brought here. Lian Qin and Bai Yi? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to ask, he felt the stone tablet vibrate. Was this a call for a gathering? He needed to visit the Lawless Tower as soon as possible to check the situation there. He still had most of the day ahead. Chapter 704. Chapter 704. I admit I lost my temper. Chapter 704. I admit I lost my temper. The situation at the Lawless Tower wasn't something Jiang Hao needed to concern himself with. However, based on what Gui and Lu had mentioned earlier, it was possible that Xingchen might be at the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao needed to confirm this to complete both Lu and Gui's task. This would mean he would have 3 rewards in total. But the matter with the 100 Bones Forest needed immediate attention. An undercover agent among the ordinary people? Jiang Hao was quite surprised when he heard Qing Chao's report. He had inspected all the ordinary people, so there shouldn't be an undercover agent among them. However, there was a major problem. These ordinary people were just that ordinary. If any cultivator found them, it could be disastrous. Even as a cultivator, he had to be extremely cautious to survive. Yes, the person seemed strange. In the morning, he told me he wanted to go home for a visit. I suggested waiting for you to return to ask for permission. But in the afternoon, he destroyed many spirit herbs, Qingchen said. Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment. What about the others? Were they harmed? No, not a single one. It was strange because that person seemed to be intentionally finding places where no one was around to destroy the spirit herbs. His body then exploded, Qingchen was puzzled. Do you have any information about that person? Yes. After the sect is done with the battle, go and visit his home. Understood. Qingchen didn't know what his senior brother was planning, but whatever it was, he would do it. I'll go to the 100 Bones Forest and also visit the people from other branches tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief. With Jiang Hao here, it seemed like any problem could be solved effortlessly. With a third of the workforce reduced, it was a concern. But if Jiang Hao was, is there any problem with your cultivation? Jiang Hao asked. Qingchen mentioned some minor issues, and Jiang Hao spent some time addressing them before tending to the spirit herbs. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Lawless Tower. There were the usual guards there. It seems that the fight outside hasn't affected this place. I wonder if he just returned or has been here all along. Jiang Hao looked at the senior brother who always guarded this place. With the sect's situation improving and his own return, others might also come back. It wasn't the right time to ask about that. He made his way to the 5th floor. On the 5th level, Heavenly King Hai Luo chuckled. Who can make me do things? I'll teach people when I want to. Do you think the people of the Lawless Tower can force me to do anything at all? What about your master? Nangong Yu asked. My master? Heavenly King Hai Luo burst into laughter. My master? What a joke. I am at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. What can a golden core realm cultivator do to me? Even if I am a prisoner, a golden core realm cultivator would have to kneel before me. My master, you say? Are you serious? A glance from me and he would. Xuanyuan coughed twice. Old scum, why are you coughing? Heavenly King Hai Luo asked. Don't you believe me? You can bring someone here, and I'll make him kneel. When Heavenly King Hai Luo looked toward the door, he froze on the spot. A man was standing in front of his cell. He looked as calm and humble as ever. It was Jiang Hao, who had just arrived on the 5th floor. Heavenly King Hai Luo, I see that you are as majestic as ever, said Jiang Hao. Heavenly King Hai Luo slowly retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly. Did you hear all that? He asked. I did. Jiang Hao nodded. How much did you hear? Hai Luo asked. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Everything that you said after you began with my master? Ha ha ha! Heavenly King Hai Luo burst into a hearty laughter. He showed neither fear nor worry. He was only now aware that the man they feared was standing before them. On the other hand, Wu Yang noticed that this was the person they had been wary of all along. However, Heavenly King Hai Luo still maintained his kingly demeanor. A king was always a king, no matter how he looked at it. But this Golden Core Realm cultivator didn't seem all that special. When he was about to ask further, there was a loud bang. He turned to see that Heavenly King Hai Luo was kneeling on the ground. I admit I lost my temper just now. My voice was a bit loud. I can still be quiet. Jiang Hao was speechless. How did it come to this? There wasn't really anything he could threaten Heavenly King Hai Luo with. He hadn't even seen Miao Anxian when he went to the Abyssal Sea. If Heavenly King Hai Luo had given up on Miao Anxian, Jiang Hao wouldn't have had any leverage over him. After greeting Xuanyuan, Jiang Hao turned his attention to the two new prisoners in adjacent cells. Both of them were at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Besides Heavenly King Hai Luo, they were the strongest on this floor. Weren't you in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm? Jiang Hao asked King Hai Luo. He just advanced, Xuanyuan said. He agreed to help the disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, which allowed him to advance, Nangong Yu said. Jiang Hao nodded. It was the right choice. The Heavenly King was sensible, or else he wouldn't have maintained his position as the most powerful cultivator on this floor. Jiang Hao was even more curious about the two new prisoners. However, he didn't know how to talk to them yet. I am Wu Yang said. Jiang Hao was surprised that he had spoken. Xingchen said. Jiang Hao nodded and introduced himself. Knowing the names of these two was enough. They were indeed the people he was looking for. But it's quite a coincidence that they're here together. I wonder if Gui and Lu will read too much into it. Jiang Hao sighed. He had wanted to complete some tasks, but doing it this way did seem peculiar. He also didn't understand why the Heavenly Note sect was so diligent in capturing people from overseas. Among the 5 here, 3 of them were from overseas. As for the other 2, he had practically delivered them to the Lawless Tower. I heard about you, Xingchen said. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Heavenly King Hai Luo and the others mentioned you. They all seem quite afraid. I was curious about what they are so afraid of, Xingchen said. To find out, I thought I'd experience it myself, and see what great abilities you possess that would make a desperate man like me fear you. Jiang Hao found that strange. It seemed like everyone who came here felt that way. But senior sister Insha hadn't asked for his help, so he didn't need to get involved in this matter. You must be joking, senior. I'm just an ordinary inner sect disciple with no extraordinary abilities. Is that so? Then why don't you become my disciple? I can teach you about divine abilities. In case you didn't know, I was born in the Heavenly Spirit tribe and have knowledge of the Heaven Bestowing Technique, 6 Earth Attribute Techniques, and 9 Sages Technique. Moreover, I have expertise in the way of the sword. I can teach you all of that, Xingchen said as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a bit odd. This person was very forthcoming. He wanted to appraise him first. Chapter 705. Chapter 705. Jing, were you there again? Chapter 705. Jing, were you there again? Xingchen stared at Jiang Hao. At this point, Jiang Hao's daily appraisal ability had already worked. The heart of 5 elements. Jiang Hao was quite curious about this. However, he didn't want to get too cozy with someone who was only using him. He wondered where the heart of humanity was and why he wanted to use him to get it. Xingchen hadn't interacted much with anyone. Maybe there was no specific reason behind why Xingchen chose him. Young friend, have you thought about it? Xingchen asked. You should know that the more you know and learn, the higher your status will be. Jiang Hao bowed and politely said, Thank you for your kindness, senior. I only have average talent and cannot learn too much. During his time here, He learned about formations from Xuanyuan and talisman making from Mi Lingyue. However, he couldn't learn much else because he couldn't understand other methods and technique. Even if you don't want to improve, let me see why Heavenly King Hai Luo respects you so much. I'll teach you for free, said Xingchen. Jiang Hao glanced at him and didn't respond. He came to visit the Lawless Tower to confirm whether Xingchen was here. Other than that, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary matters. Young friend, Wu Yang said, I know of a place where you can find an inheritance. I heard you brought wine for disciple Zhuang. Can you also bring some for me? Jiang Hao looked at him and said politely, I'm sorry to disappoint you, senior, but my seniors here don't let me do anything without their permission. For such a small matter, it shouldn't be a problem, Wu Yang insisted. Jiang Hao shook his head. Just this once. I enjoy good wine and would like to have a taste. I will also give you an honest account of the situation inside that place where you'll find the inheritance. I am aware of the potential dangers and can explain them to you. Wu Yang tried to persuade Jiang Hao, but he refused. Jiang Hao bowed apologetically and then approached Xuanyuan. Wait, Nangong Yu quickly said, I've already told you about the blood pool, so at least tell me what that person said in the end. I've been quite cooperative. I've shared everything with the Heavenly Note sect as long as it doesn't involve our secret. Is what he said really that important to you? Jiang Hao asked. It might not be crucial for you, but it is very important to me, Nangong Yu said. Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought. He thanked me. And then? I remember that person gave you something, Nangong Yu said. Jiang Hao shook his head. Why are you shaking your head? Is it a refusal to tell me, or you really don't know? Nangong Yu asked anxiously. He ignored her. Instead, he went to Xuanyuan to ask about the recent developments at the Lawless Tower. Lately, there haven't been many people here, and it seems the guards here have decreased a lot, Xuanyuan said. Jiang Hao nodded. It appeared that the Lawless Tower had also been affected, after all. The current state of the Heavenly Note sect was indeed quite fragile. He still hadn't dealt with what happened to senior brother Xingchen. He hadn't gone to check the spirit herbs and pills yet. He needed to visit as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the law enforcement sect started an investigation, he would lose everything. However, the blood wish pill needed to stay behind. Jiang Hao had already appraised it. He could only say without a doubt that senior brother Xingchen was a genius of his time. The blood wish pill did away with the cruelty of the blood wish path, but retained the advantage. It enhanced the success rate of alchemy, and the effects were even better than traditional alchemy. The blood wish path was the way of alchemy. It required the blood of the person for whom the alchemy was intended. It was indeed a pioneering alchemy method with its own advantages. Jiang Hao was aware that this alchemy method should not remain in obscurity. Whether it should be handed over to the sect depended on whether senior brother Xingchen's successor was suitable. If they managed to popularize the alchemy method, he would hand over the blood monument to them. If they didn't achieve much, he would turn it over to the sect. For the sake of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, he would pioneer a new field. Jiang Hao realized he hadn't made time to contact Chu Zhong lately. Xuanyuan didn't seem to have any plans to return. It was different from Heavenly King Hai Luo. King Hai Luo still had the recognition of the Sea Realm and his own unique Heavenly King's fortune. On the other hand, Xuanyuan, although he had his corpse heart, could not advance to the final step without revealing the information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and was stuck here. For him, there was no problem staying here. Perhaps one day, his corpse heart would bloom, and he would free himself from this predicament. Jiang Hao visited senior brother Xingchen's house next. It was a place with an abundance of spiritual energy, and an array protected it. Inside there were quite a few spirit herbs. While there weren't many top-grade spirit herbs, it was sufficient. A single top-grade spirit herb was already worth quite a sum. After evaluating his haul, he found that he had gained quite a bit this time. However, the issue was how to put these items to use. Regarding pills, there weren't many, and most of them were for Golden Core and Foundation establishment realm. After wandering around for a while and confirming that there wasn't anything else he could take with him, he left. According to the agreement, he would hand over the blood monument to senior brother Xingchen's successor. He would observe them once a year. Upon returning to his house, Jiang Hao originally wanted to plant spirit herbs. After hesitating for quite a bit, he decided to use the universe in a palm and seal them. At this point, he had 48,000 spirit stones, thanks to the addition of Ning Shuang's storage treasure. She had quite a few spirit stones and a spatial treasure. However, her spatial treasure had the limitation of only being usable once a month, after accumulating enough power. It wasn't like the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman, which could be used continuously. It would be a waste to sell them. When someone goes down the mountain, it could save their lives. That way, they won't encounter any problems and rush back here. After that, Jiang Hao walked into his house. Everything was ready. He only had to wait for the gathering to begin. This time, the main purpose was probably to discuss the Xuanyuan sword and see if Xuanyuan Tai had succeeded. At midnight, Jiang Hao successfully entered the public area. Senior Dan Yuan was seated at the top. This time, there was no question about their cultivation realms. Instead, he immediately asked about the situation with the Xuanyuan sword. I heard that the Grand Earth Emperor has appeared, and the Xuanyuan sword has emerged as well. Did you help, Gui? Everyone looked at Gui. However, Gui glanced at Jing. I did find the Xuanyuan sword, but someone else had arrived there first and done everything. Why are you looking at me? It's just a coincidence, muttered Jiang Hao. Others were also quite surprised. Jing, were you there again? Senior Dan Yuan asked with a smile. It was just a coincidence that I passed by, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. He told them the truth. Chapter 706, Chapter 706. This time, it wasn't me. Chapter 706. This time, it wasn't me. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't want to get too involved, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Doing things discreetly and occasionally being noticed were enough for him. He wanted to maintain his current impression without overdoing it. Jing, what did you do? Xing asked curiously. When I found the Xuanyuan sword, I realized that not only had the formation been completed, but the necessary power had also been replenished. Moreover, the contamination on the Xuanyuan sword had been cleared, Gui said. Contamination on the Xuanyuan sword? Lu was somewhat puzzled. Gui nodded. The Xuanyuan sword seals the treasure of the fallen immortal clan, which contaminates the sword. Over the years, the contamination has accumulated. It seems that Jing has done a lot, Dan Yuan said with a smile. So, did the Grand Earth Emperor appear successfully? Did he obtain the sword too? Xing asked. The Grand Earth Emperor succeeded, but the process wasn't smooth. It was said that the presence of the Dragon Clan was needed. So, even when Shang of the Clear Sky sect arrived, he couldn't help in the end, Gui said. The others remained silent and listened. The Black Heaven sect also summoned a true dragon's shadow, but it still wasn't enough. It wasn't until a blue beam of light appeared that a colossal dragon descended. It helped the Grand Earth Emperor absorb the great force, said Gui and looked at Jing again. Don't look at me. I really had nothing to do with it. Jiang Hao thought bitterly. Shaoli might have made that possible. She was indeed a true dragon with a remarkable background. Xuanyuan Tai's success relied heavily on Xiao Li's visit to the Black Heaven sect, but the people at the gathering gave him the credit. Jing, do you know what exactly happened? Lu asked. He had witnessed the blue beam of light, and his immediate thought was of smiling San Sheng. At that time, Jing might have been smiling San Sheng for all they knew. Jiang Hao didn't answer, and no one pressed him further. This was how the gathering worked. If someone didn't answer, no one would insist. What happened to the Xuanyuan sword in the end? Xing asked Gui. It went silent, she said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Why did it fall silent? Gui didn't wait for them to ask. I learned later that seizing the Xuanyuan sword meant undergoing a trial. The Grand Earth Emperor held it, and he was performing a test. His whole being was shrouded by the sword's will. The trial seemed to be quite long, which is why the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xuanyuan sword fell silent. The Black Heaven sect could do nothing. Is a trial required every time you touch it? Lu was curious. Gui, did you? Gui smiled. No, I didn't. What about you, Jing? Jiang Hao thought for a moment but couldn't remember the Xuanyuan sword requiring a trial from him, even though he had pulled it out. Not really, said Jiang Hao. Here, he was a mysterious figure, not an omnipotent one. There was no need to lay claim to everything. Didn't the Black Heaven sect fight? Lu asked. No. Gui shook her head. The Saint Bandits were there. The Great Thousand God sect, the fallen immortal clan, and the end of all things were all there. But none of them made a move. There were people from the mountain and sea. Sword sect and the Clear Sky School too. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. There were so many forces involved, and what was even more surprising was that none of them had resorted to violence. Had they all reached some kind of agreement, or were they looking out for their own interests? It was probably the latter. Nonetheless, the Clear Sky School had arrived. It was near the Black Heaven sect, but it wasn't very far from the Heavenly Note sect either. Sooner or later, they might come looking for him or the Corpse Realm Flower. Did you manage to imprint the sword's intent, Gui? Asked Xing, of course. I'll pass it to you in the usual way, Gui said with a smile. I will have your reward ready. Xing nodded. Gui didn't mind, and then she thought of something and turned to Senior Dan Yuan. Senior, if the Xuanyuan sword is in a state of sealing something, can it still be touched or pulled out? Jiang Hao also looked in Dan Yuan's direction. Although he knew the answer, he was curious about Senior Dan Yuan's answer. Was the burning immortal formation complete by then? Asked Dan Yuan. After Gui replied positively, he said, then, it should be possible to pull it out as long as you are capable. Gui nodded. A moment later, she looked at Jing. The end of all things has recently taken action again. Jing, are you free lately? I want to find Xingchen. I need to find his whereabouts as soon as possible. Xingchen is in the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect, said Jiang Hao. Huh. Gui was stunned. She had planned to visit each sect secretly but had unexpectedly found the answer she needed. She was well aware of the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect. Is Wu Yang there too? Lu asked. Yes, he's there as well, Jiang Hao said. Lu and Gui were both surprised that they had found their targets so quickly and that they were both in the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect. They couldn't help but wonder if the best approach would be to just find someone in the lawless tower next time. What is the Heavenly Note sect trying to do? Xing couldn't help but ask. Whether it was the people they were looking for or those Gui and Lu were searching for, they all seemed to be in the Heavenly Note sect. It felt like the sect was capturing people and placing them in the tower for something. However, it was also possible that some people chose to hide there willingly, such as King Hai Luo. Xing wasn't the only one who was confused about it. Jiang Hao was also clueless. He could access various secrets but remained oblivious to the goals of the high-ranking members of the sect. Of course, the less he knew, the safer he was within the sect. Otherwise, he'd attract more trouble. What kind of reward do you want, Jing? Gui asked. Since she now knew the location of Xingchen, she would naturally need to provide something as compensation. Help me deliver a letter, Jiang Hao said quietly. To whom? Gui asked. Just to someone in the southern region, Jiang Hao said. Gui didn't ask any further questions. After that, Jiang Hao turned to Senior Dan Yuan for the stone tablet to appear for trade. A moment later, he informed Gui of the letter's content and the target. What can I do for you, Jing? Lu asked. For overseas matters, Jiang Hao only needed information about Qi Tian's current situation. He wanted to know what Qi Tian was up to. 3 updates would be enough. All right. Lu nodded in agreement. Without further discussion, Xing shared some information. I heard that the Bright Moon sect's secret treasury has been closed, and the one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is about to step into the mortal realm. This news has spread throughout the eastern region. So soon? What's her current cultivation realm? Gui was surprised. With her progress till now, she might not even be at the primordial spirit realm yet. A talent like her should not be stepping into the mortal realm with just a golden core realm cultivation. The Bright Moon sect was truly bold. Jiang Hao was also surprised. It seemed he would have to arrange for Xuanyuan to leave the mountain. However, Xuanyuan had yet to reach the golden core realm. Chapter 707, Chapter 707, The Demoness, You Don T Take Me Seriously. Chapter 707, The Demoness, You Don T Take Me Seriously. At the Black Heaven sect, Baizhu woke up in her room. She sat on the edge of her bed and recalled the time when she found the Xuanyuan sword earlier. At that time there was dust on the ground, but none on the sword itself. It doesn't seem normal. There should have been more dust around it. If it did collect dust for all these years, where did it go? Baizhu took out the purple bead. This was the contamination. She wondered if Jing had avoided discussing it to keep her from asking more questions. Perhaps he had also encountered the Xuanyuan sword. As for the outcome, Baizhu didn't think too much about it. She put away the purple bead and decided to pretend like she didn't know anything about it. Sometimes people at the gathering gave away things for free. So, she didn't want to bring it up, either. It's so surprising that the one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is descending into the mortal world so early. I need to figure out a way to go say hello. She wasn't a narrow-minded person. When there was such a unique existence as the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it was always good to keep in contact and be on good terms. However, it was likely to cause conflict with the end of all things, who undoubtedly wanted to kill the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator. After some thought, Baizhu got up and walked out of her room. Creak. The door opened and she saw Qiao Yi sitting outside. Baizhu greeted her with an impeccable smile. Auntie Qiao, you're not asleep. This is the Black Heaven sect, after all. Your safety is essential, Qiao Yi said as she stood up. You don't need to worry so much. Ordinary people can't enter this place, Baizhu said as she walked to the table and sat down. The night sky was adorned with a high moon, which cast its gentle light on them. Aren't you going to sleep, princess? Qiao Yi asked. I have something to do tonight, Baizhu said as she rested her chin on her hands. Auntie Qiao, do you know Shang? She's the genius from the Sunset Immortal sect. I've heard of her, Qiao Yi said. What about her? I've actually met her a few times, and it turns out she's rather extraordinary. Baizhu sighed. What do you plan to do, princess? Qiao Yi asked. Well, I'm planning to visit her tomorrow, Baizhu said. I received a letter from someone, and I need to deliver it to her. Qiao Yi felt puzzled. Hadn't the princess just been inside the room? She hadn't gone out at all. By the way, there will be a cultivation technique coming in a while, and it's for you, Baizhu said. What technique is it? Xiao Yi was curious. It's from the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's heaven-bestowing technique, said Baizhu. I don't know the details, though. With that, Baizhu stood up to go to her room to rest. Few people could learn the heaven-bestowing technique, even within the Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Why did the princess want such a technique? Is she playing a joke on me? Xiao Yi wondered. She still couldn't believe the news from the princess. Could it be that the princess was actually so well informed? Jiang Hao left the gathering and didn't take detailed notes this time. He only recorded the information from this exchange. He had already delivered the letter to Feng Hua, which was the third reward. He hoped the recipient would be pleasantly surprised. He continued to keep an eye on Qi Tian. As his status and cultivation improved, Qi Tian would surely become more vigilant. To give Qi Tian some hope was the best way to deal with him. The more hope he had, the higher he would climb. Then, Jiang Hao could learn useful information from him. In Qi Tian's eyes, Jiang Hao might occupy a significant place, but in Jiang Hao's eyes, Qi Tian was just a part of the overall picture. Living in his shadow was a punishment for not taking his duties seriously. Of course, Jiang Hao didn't want Qi Tian to go to any extreme, or else. He stopped thinking about it. He wondered when Shang would appear. He knew he would come here soon. If that happened, Jiang Hao would likely attract more attention from many people. Maybe it would be better if he went out to see Shang instead. He wasn't sure how best to handle the situation. However, it was surprising that Hong Yuye hadn't come to find him yet. When he was mining, he had expected her to appear, but she still hadn't shown up. Well, it's been a while since someone watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Its growth has stagnated. It won't be good if she sees that. Jiang Hao went into the courtyard to water the flower. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. You finally remembered you have a flower to take care of. Jiang Hao turned around to see Hong Yuye sitting on a wooden chair under a tree. Her red dress seemed to glow in the moonlight. Greetings, senior, Jiang Hao said with a respectful bow. It seems that you don't take my words seriously, Hong Yuye said as she wiped a peach with a cloth. Jiang Hao was surprised. Senior, there has been a misunderstanding, and I can explain, he said hurriedly. Then, explain. Hong Yuye smiled. Go ahead. Explain everything in detail. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then began explaining to her. He felt nervous under her piercing gaze. Although he felt it was strange, he still said, the sect's strength is weak and I, as a member, was called to help out. So, I had to go out of the sect. And then? Hong Yuye asked. Couldn't you find the time to come back and water my flower? It's not like that, Jiang Hao said. I was ambushed on the way and I ended up being taken to a mine. There was a strange aura there, but I was constantly worrying about your flower, senior. That's why I tried my best to escape from there and return. It's just that after I got out, I realized I had lost a lot of time. Hong Yuye looked at him. Was it very difficult to escape? Yes, exceptionally difficult. Jiang Hao nodded. Tell me the details, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao hesitated. He then framed the story and pretended to be Feng Wei. He told her that he had built a good relationship with a senior at the mines. But someone had impersonated the senior. He told her that he stayed with this senior and helped out. After that, the senior had taken him along when he escaped the mine. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao with a cold smile. You've put even that fraudulent beast to shame with your lies. Jiang Hao lowered his head and fell silent. Did you touch the Xuanyuan sword? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes. Did you pull it out? She asked. I asked True Dragon to help suppress it, then I pulled it out and wiped it clean, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Hong Yuye looked at the man before her in confusion. The Xuanyuan sword has the soul of a true dragon. Did it communicate with you? Yes, Jiang Hao said. What did it say? It asked if there was any other dragon around me. Hong fell silent. After some time, she said, Do you enjoy mining that much? I was compelled by my circumstances to mine, Jiang Hao said earnestly. Hong Yuye didn't seem to hear his answer. Next time you go mining. Looked at him. Her lips curled into a smile. I'll invite you to my place for tea. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly lowered his head. He didn't know where Hong Yuye lived, and he, sure as hell, didn't want to find out. Chapter 708 Chapter 708 Even if they hide in the ends of the earth, bring them back. Chapter 708 Even if they hide in the ends of the earth, bring them back. Jiang Hao stood where he was without saying a word. Hong Yuye continued to polish the peach in her hand. After a while, she finally said, The dragon pearl on Xiao Li's body is related to her. How? Jiang Hao asked. Even though he had appraised it, he was still unclear about it. All he knew was that it was Xiao Li's dragon pearl. The aura is similar, but it's not innate. It's a result of acquired influence, Hong Yuye explained as she placed the peach on the table and took another one to start wiping. That dragon pearl must have been with Xiao Li since her birth. It protects her and provides her with some power. Was it left for her by her family? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye nodded. After some thought, Jiang Hao asked, The dragon pearl is a crucial item, right? Can a dragon leave its dragon pearl? They can, but it has an effect. Normally, a dragon won't give its own dragon pearl to a kid, Hong Yuye said. They won't? That's surprising. So, it's likely that Xiao Li came here to escape, Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao wanted to ask for more details, but Hong Yuye fell silent. With no other choice, he began to talk about the gathering. There had been 2 gatherings so far, so he needed to report from the first one. The first gathering discussed the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. Jiang Hao was waiting for Hong Yuye to ask, but she didn't. Go on, Hong Yuye said. Senior, the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl is nearby, and it's an extremely valuable item, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao. Are you suggesting that I should retrieve it? It would be beneficial, so we shouldn't miss this opportunity, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Things like that would eventually be taken away. If it came into contact with the end of all things, they might erupt on the spot. It was better to seal it in advance. Only Hong Yuye was capable of doing it. If the immortal sect came for it, they might destroy the demonic sect in passing. When you saw the Xuanyuan sword, did you ever consider asking me to come over? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao was taken aback. He realized that he hadn't thought about it before. Perhaps Hong Yuye was not the type of person to be swayed by such things. Jiang Hao thought of himself as young and full of energy, and Hong Yuye was different. However, they both had similarities. Neither showed off and shouldered their responsibilities. Thus, it was difficult to consider such matters when encountering divine objects. Another reason was that divine objects did not affect him. You never thought of me when you saw the divine object? Do you only think of me when you see unlucky objects tainted by misfortune? Hong Yuye smiled mockingly. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Senior, your cultivation reaches the heavens. Even if dangerous items remain in your hands, they will become divine objects. When that time comes, wherever you go, no one would dare to defy you. Hong Yuye chuckled. Jiang Hao had expected this and kept praising her. He told her about the Xuanyuan sword, the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's techniques, the Astronomical Academy's search for their senior, the events related to Xuanyuan, and so on. Hong Yuye remained uninterested in all of them. Then, he talked about the second gathering. He had completed the mission of finding people for Gui and Lu and informed them about the reward. Hong Yuye still showed no interest in it. She just wiped the peaches. "Senior, I am done," Jiang Hao said. "Did Shang come to find you?" Hong Yuye asked. "I'm not sure." Jiang Hao shook his head. "Didn't you seal the one he loves in the corpse realm? Will he come for revenge?" Hong Yuye placed the second peach on the table. "He might not," Jiang Hao said. Indeed, Shang didn't seem like the type to seek revenge. "What about you?" Hong Yuye asked absent-mindedly. "If someone seals your beloved, will you seek revenge?" "I don't have a beloved," Jiang Hao said. "But what if you did?" Hong Yuye asked. "Then, I won't allow her to be sealed," Jiang Hao said firmly. "What if your cultivation realm can't prevent it from happening?" Hong Yuye asked. "Then, I won't have a partner in the first place," Jiang Hao said with determination. Hong Yuye looked at him without saying another word. Late at night, a slight chill spread through the air. "What's your cultivation realm?" Hong Yuye asked. "Middle of the Golden Core realm," said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. She then turned to him. "Come here." Jiang Hao stepped forward with some concern. At that moment, Hong Yuye stood up right in front of Jiang Hao. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest. "Remember, next time, take care of my flower," she said. As her words fell, he was unable to move, and the world before his eyes seemed to warp. A colossal hand that covered the sky and the earth approached from a distance. It crossed mountains and seas and caused the entire area to tremble. And he was the target of this massive hand. If he got closer, he would be obliterated. Before he could react, the palm struck him. Boom! Jiang Hao felt disoriented. It took some time for him to recover. Only then did he realize that he had crashed into a wall. It didn't hurt much, but it was enough to give him a scare. "I'll leave the beast in the courtyard next time. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the flower." By this time, Hong Yuye had already left. Jiang Hao also wanted to rest. As he passed by the table and chairs, he noticed a peach on top of it. He remembered that Hong Yuye had wiped 2 peaches clean. He picked up the peach and took a bite. It was exceptionally sweet. The more the tree went through incarnation, the tastier the peaches became. Many people had gathered at the law enforcement hall. They were in Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Primordial Spirit Realm, Soul Ascension Realm, and even Return to Void Realm. Many were present. Moreover, some even stronger individuals stood in the shadows. At the very top, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a deep voice said, "During this period, many things have happened in our sect, with the most serious being the matter of Xingchen. We must resolve this matter before the Peak Master returns. Find all the individuals related to Xingchen who were involved and bring them to the Law Enforcement Hall. If they're missing, use the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror to find them. If they've been captured, bring them here. If they've sought refuge elsewhere, retrieve them at all costs. Regardless of their cultivation realm, no one should be exempt. Even if they've gone to the ends of the earth, dig them out. This matter is of utmost importance, not only to the Law Enforcement Hall but also to the 12 branches of the sect. The disciples from all 12 branches will cooperate with you. Investigate and ensure that anyone involved in this matter faces punishment from the sect. As for how you do it, it's up to you. I only care about result." Everyone nodded. Then, they dispersed to begin their investigations. Among them, there was a person holding a list with a frown on his face. "Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts?" said a person beside him as he read the list and sighed. "Use the secret technique to find Senior Brother Lu." But Senior Brother Lu said not to contact him for a while. "He said he's going into seclusion," said a woman. Senior Lu informed me that if there were any important matters related to Jiang Hao at the Law Enforcement Hall, he wanted to be notified by using the secret technique. Don't worry too much about it and just send him a message, said the man. All right. After a while, a trembling figure emerged from the blood pool. A pair of eyes opened in the darkness. Chapter 709. Chapter 709. Lu Xingchen comes knocking. Chapter 709. Lu Xingchen comes knocking. Early the next morning, Bai Zhu and Qiao Yi were walking on the road to the Black Heaven sect. The Grand Earth Emperor had already appeared, and the Xuanyuan sword had been claimed by the same person. As long as they protected the Sun-Moon Peak, all other problems would be resolved. The Black Heaven sect could slowly relax. It was also time for the other major sects to leave. When should we leave? Qiao Yi asked. Every sect has a chance to get close to the Sun-Moon Peak, and that's where opportunities lie. Getting close to the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xuanyuan sword allows us to achieve more things. We naturally can't miss that, Bai Zhu said with a smile as she took confident steps forward. The major sects would take their own sweet time, so it would probably be another couple of months before they could leave. Princess, you don't seem to want to go to the Sun-Moon Peak, Qiao Yi said. Yes. I told you last night that I received a letter, so I need to deliver that, Bai Zhu said as she walked along the edge of a bridge. Princess, that is quite dangerous, Qiao Yi said in warning. The princess had always been like this since she was a child. She was in her early 300, but she was always so young at heart. How can the number one talent of the royal family be afraid of this? Bai Zhu said as she swayed along the edge of the bridge. Qiao Yi thought about it and then asked about the matter of the cultivation technique. The heaven-bestowing technique? Wasn't that something you obtained yourself, Auntie Qiao? Bai Zhu looked at her. Do you remember what we did when the Xuanyuan sword appeared? I can exchange that for the technique. So, that was what you meant when you said it was something that would affect me, Qiao Yi understood. Of course. Bai Zhu nodded. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the Sunset Immortal sect. I have an important matter to discuss with senior sister Yen Shang. Please inform her, Bai Zhu said to the guard at the entrance. After waiting for a moment, someone led her inside. In the courtyard, Yen Shang sat in the pavilion. She was accompanied by junior sister Lu. This person was recruited by an elder into the Black Heaven sect. She is only an inner sect disciple, but she is acquainted with many people and holds a relatively high status, junior sister Lu whispered. Yes, I've heard of her a little and seen her a couple of times too. But we haven't talked much. I don't know why she is here, Yen Shang said with a slight nod. She didn't quite understand. Yen Shang chuckled. After a while, Bai Zhu approached from a distance. Hello, senior sisters, she said in greeting. She smiled at them and appeared very friendly. This put the two at ease, as it didn't seem like this person was hostile. Yen Shang stood up and politely said, Junior sister Bai Zhu, what brings you here? It's just a small matter, so I came over for a visit, Bai Zhu said with a smile. Please have a seat, Yen Shang said. The three of them sat under the pavilion and talked casually. Qiao Yi stood behind Bai Zhu and waited for her instructions. She felt like she had no right to sit down with such formidable cultivators. Besides, the cultivation realm of the Sunset Immortal sect's disciples made her uneasy. She realized that she was weaker than just about anyone she met. She rarely encountered such situations before. Now, it seemed that the strength of the royal family was indeed insufficient compared to these sections. After talking for a while, junior sister Lu curiously asked, Did you forget why you came here, junior sister Bai Zhu? No, it's just that I don't know how to say it, Bai Zhu said sheepishly. You can tell us without hesitation, Yen Shang said. The situation is like this. Last night, when I went out, I met someone. The person asked for my help with something and said that after completing the task, they would give me a magical treasure. But I suspect they might be playing a prank on me. However, the person appeared to be quite powerful, so I couldn't refuse. That's why I came to find you, Senior Sister Shang, Baizhu said sincerely. What exactly is the matter? Shang asked. They asked me to deliver a letter. This letter is to be delivered to you in person, said Baizhu as she took out the letter. There's a powerful curse on it, and only you can open it. If anyone else opens it, they will die on the spot. That's what the person said. Junior Sister Lu was surprised and wanted to examine the letter, but Shang stopped her. Indeed, it is cursed. Junior Sister Lu, you mustn't touch it. Shang took the envelope and inspected it. It appeared ordinary, but the hidden curse was undeniable. What kind of person asked you to deliver such a letter to me? Shang asked. I don't know. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but their aura was quite strong, Baizhu said as she looked at the envelope. After a moment of hesitation, she put away the envelope. Senior Sister, this is probably some tactic from a pursuer. You should be careful, said Junior Sister Lu. Shang nodded. I will. Some time later, Baizhu stood up to bid farewell to them. Shang told her that if she encountered that person again, she could inform her immediately to at least ensure her own safety. Baizhu expressed her gratitude and left with Qiao Yi. Once Baizhu left, Shang also returned with Junior Sister Lu. In the afternoon, the sunlight was bright and warm. There was no one else in the pavilion now, except for Shang. She slowly took out the envelope and opened it. There was a folded piece of paper inside. Shang put down the envelope and began to unfold the paper. She narrowed her eyes. Her hand on the paper tightened and tore the letter a little. There was only one sentence on it. This is the third gift. Good morning, Mississippi Feng Hua. Shang slowly placed the paper on the table. She frowned. Many thoughts whirled in her mind. At that point, the paper on the table had started to burn. In just a moment, it turned to ashes. Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation. There were still many tasks waiting for him in the Spirit Herb Garden. He needed to go quickly to handle the issues in the Spirit Herb Garden. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome, and his master would blame him. However, as soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he froze. 3 people were standing outside the gate, and the one leading them was Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao hadn't seen him in so long. At that moment, his aura wasn't blood-red, nor did he possess the aura of a true dragon or the mystique sorcerer. This was the real Lu Xingchen. Junior brother Jiang, it's been a while. It has indeed been a while, Jiang Hao said. He couldn't understand why Lu Xingchen was here with these people. Do you know senior brother Xingchen? Lu Xingchen asked. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Had the law enforcement hall finally found time to deal with senior brother Xingchen's matter? Senior brother Xingchen had not only betrayed the sect but had also disregarded all the rules of the sect. He had acted recklessly and humiliated the sect. So, no matter where he went, he couldn't escape the Heavenly Note sect. Even if he were dead, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved, and all those involved would suffer. Jiang Hao sighed. Lu Xingchen had come to find him. Yes, one do. Since members of the law enforcement hall had come with him, it meant they had evidence. Moreover, this kind of matter didn't care about evidence. They could investigate as they pleased. Asking him about Xingchen was just a formality they were fulfilling. I heard he approached you, Lu Xingchen said. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Lu Xingchen smiled. In that case, junior brother Jiang, we'll have to trouble you to come with us. Chapter 710 Chapter 710 Locked Up. Chapter 710 Locked Up. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had faced many challenges, and Lu Xingchen had visited a few times, but there had been only 2 serious occasions when he was asked to accompany him. The first time was due to the death of Xuanyuan, and the second time was because senior sister Luo Ji had framed him. The former was a legacy disciple of the 100 Bones Forest, and the latter was an undercover spy from the Heavenly Saint sect. Only on these 2 occasions had he been summoned to the law enforcement hall. This was the third time. The situation seemed even more severe than the other 2 times before. "Are we going right now?" Jiang Hao asked. "No, before we go, I need to inspect your residence, junior brother," Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "Will that be convenient?" "Of course." Jiang Hao nodded. He felt relieved because he had never taken out senior brother Xingchen's pills from his storage treasure. He was worried about it already. Even if they checked his storage treasure, he had nothing to worry about. In his normal storage treasure, there was nothing incriminating. Everything was in his elemental spirit ring. However, he didn't know how many people knew about the ring. After all, Elder Baiji had given it to him. If she were to tell everyone, it would be a problem. In the future, he decided to avoid getting involved in such incidents. "Go inside and take a look," Lu Xingchen said to the 2 people behind him. The 2 entered the courtyard. Jiang Hao followed Lu Xingchen into the house too. This was the second time his house had been searched. The process was the same as before. The 2 people used a magic treasure to inspect the place without messing up anything. However, they were both surprised when they entered. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. Lu Xingchen was amazed. "Your place has changed a lot." "You're too kind," Jiang Hao said awkwardly. Part of the reason for the change was due to Bai Yi. Although the spirit herbs had been destroyed, their effects could still last for some time. He had intended to visit the 100 Bones Forest today to see how to deal with the destroyed spirit herbs. Retrieving them was impossible, but sharing the responsibility would make things easier for the spirit herb garden. There was no need for compensation for this incident. "So, junior brother Jiang, you seem quite busy lately," Lu Xingchen said as he sat on a wooden chair. Jiang Hao observed for a while, and noticed that the auras of the 3 remnants had disappeared. What had Lu Xingchen done? His cultivation realm had advanced to the middle stage of the soul ascension realm in just a few months. This was much faster than before. It was incredible to have ascended 2 realms in such a short time. Even though Jiang Hao wanted to progress that fast, it would be extremely difficult. Double advancement was unthinkable. Even if he mined or cleaned divine artifacts, it would be impossible for him to advance 2 realms or stages at once. "I left the sect to go out recently," Jiang Hao said. "Really?" Lu Xingchen was surprised. "Did you encounter something?" Jiang Hao nodded and sighed. "I went through so many hardships and barely made it out alive." Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao regretfully. "It sounds dangerous for you to go out," Lu Xingchen said. "Shouldn't you consider becoming a true disciple? It would be much more convenient for you within the sect." Jiang Hao shook his head. "Have you achieved nothing recently, junior brother?" Lu Xingchen asked. "Nothing. This time I was captured. I was lucky I was even able to return," Jiang Hao said. Lu Xingchen nodded and then narrowed his eyes. "After I returned, I heard something. I heard that none of those who went on the mission with you returned alive. There was one, but she disappeared after you returned." "Have you heard anything like that?" "Other than me, I remember there was junior sister Ning Shuang who returned alive. Is she the one who disappeared?" Lu Xingchen nodded. Jiang Hao sighed but didn't say anything. Lu Xingchen didn't press him further. This matter concerning senior brother Xingchen is extremely serious. Everyone involved will be interrogated. "Junior brother Jiang, you didn't achieve anything this time, but you've had accomplishments in the past," so there shouldn't be any major issues. Just cooperate. Trying to escape will be troublesome. The place you'll be detained this time isn't ordinary. Your storage treasure will also be confiscated. So, be prepared, junior brother. Not an ordinary place? Jiang Hao was surprised. As for the storage treasure, he didn't care. Yes, the matter is too serious this time. The detainees will be concentrated in the dungeons of the Law Enforcement Hall. You'll be allowed to mix with others in the same dungeon. Senior brother Xingchen has done something extreme and completely disregarded the sect. The Law Enforcement Hall is also searching for the person who killed him. Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao and suddenly smiled. Junior brother Jiang, who do you think killed senior brother Xingchen? I don't know. Who could it be? Jiang Hao asked. We couldn't find out yet. Xingchen shook his head. Recently, there seem to be quite a few people who can't be traced by the Law Enforcement Hall. Do you think it's possible that they are working together? Surely not. Jiang Hao pretended to be surprised. Who knows? Xingchen shrugged. Jiang Hao felt that Xingchen looked somewhat disappointed. Did he find out about that too late? After some time, the two people came out of Jiang Hao's house. They reported that they hadn't found anything. They had only looked for what they were instructed to find and didn't mention any special items. Jiang Hao didn't know if the inspection was happening everywhere. In that case, let's go, Xingchen said. After some time, Jiang Hao arrived at the dungeons of the Law Enforcement Hall. This place was like an underground city with various passages. This place is quite large. Some detainees are there, but they aren't very powerful people. If they can't obtain any information and have no other use for them, they are thrown into the Lawless Tower and eventually sent to the mines, Xingchen said. Not everyone and every situation required the involvement of the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao was placed in a large room with some people in the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and even Primordial Spirit Realm. There were roughly 30 people in the room. So many. Jiang Hao was surprised. There were quite a few people connected to senior brother Xingchen. He scanned the room and noticed that both Qi Yang and Su Feng were there. As victims, they seemed to have become subjects of suspicion as well. Junior brother Jiang, be careful. You have an advantage over everyone here. Without clear evidence, they can't keep Vaughn here for too long. Xingchen said. Jiang Hao nodded in gratitude and then entered the large room. He quietly moved to a corner without greeting anyone. He needed to be cautious. He could appraise them, but he wanted to save that ability for now. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him and turned to look. It was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Who could it be? Chapter 7:11. I'm worth so much as 30s and with a scar on his face. He looked menacing. Jiang Hao glanced at him briefly and then stopped paying attention to the person. He had no idea who this person was, but being stared at so intently was probably not a good sign. This place was spacious, and there didn't seem to be any specific rules here. Maybe it was possible for things to get physical. Xingchen hadn't warned him about fighting with fellow sect members here. If it wasn't prohibited, there would surely be trouble. In the sect, there were people who didn't like him, especially because of his accomplishments. If it was in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, no one would dare act. Now, as fellow prisoners, there wasn't anything keeping them back. There were the people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. While the pavilion master had made it clear that he meant Jiang Hao no harm, others who wanted to avenge Yunhua might be here. Over a decade had passed, but if someone still held a grudge, they might make a move. Fortunately, the person just continued to watch him and showed no intention to make a move. It appeared that no one knew what was going on, and they were just observing each other. In the corner, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and used what he had learned from the Nameless Manual to observe the auras of everyone around him. He wanted to see if there were any threats. For a moment, he sensed countless auras. Some of them were paying attention to him. However, there was no hostility. It seemed they were just observing him as the newcomer. After a while, Jiang Hao sensed the strongest aura, which was possibly at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. Someone this powerful was also captured? The person didn't seem to pay attention to anyone else and was seemingly meditating. She was positioned in the innermost part of the room. There were two others at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. These two were different. They seemed to blend in with the crowd. Return to Void Realm cultivators are unlikely to be mingling with the crowd. He opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings again. It was only then that he discovered that these two people had concealed their cultivation realms. One of them was pretending to be at the Foundation Establishment realm, while the other pretended to be at the Golden Core realm. Undercover agents? Jiang Hao couldn't be sure. It didn't matter as long as they weren't paying attention to him. He had already arranged for the Spirit Herb Garden to be handled by Xingchen. The pressure from the sect had lessened, so the garden shouldn't face any problems. As for appeasing the people who suffered losses due to the destroyed spirit herbs, Xingchen would have to handle that himself. If he couldn't do it, he could always ask Senior Sister Miao Tinglian for help. Senior Sister Miao Tinglian was a decent person who was willing to help the Spirit Herb Garden. Everything was going well. The only issue was that he had to abandon the heavenly fragrance Dao flower again right after he had returned to the sect. The more he got involved in other things, the more complicated it became. He had only met Senior Brother Xingchen once, and he had ended up here. Everything had happened because of the Blood Wish path. He thought that the matter would end with Senior Brother Xingchen's death, but he never expected there would be even more to deal with. He sneakily glanced at Yang. It seemed that he wasn't paying attention to Jiang Hao either. That was good. He was already drawing too much attention. Yang probably didn't dare to approach him before, and now, it was even more difficult for him. The night passed without any incident. Everyone waited. 3 more days passed, but no one came to check on them. The people in the room felt the pressure. The longer they stayed here, the heavier it became. In the 3 days, Jiang Hao had appraised 3 people. The information he received was interesting. Frowny face Li Shan, at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. An inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Note sect's Flowing Waterfall branch, who received 5,000 spirit stones from Chiu Luo before entering the dungeon. He has been ordered to keep an eye on you and is ready to act when there's an opportunity. He will get paid 10,000 spirit stones for crippling your limbs, 50,000 spirit stones for crippling your cultivation, and 100,000 if he can kill you. Kujian, at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. An inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Note sect's Law Enforcement Hall. He is here to observe the people here and obtain information from those who know something. He is also here to ensure that Ling Wushuang can leave at any time. He is curious about you because Lu Xingchen pays too much attention to you. Zhong Huaxian, at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. An inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Note sect's Law Enforcement Hall. He is here to observe the people around him and obtain information from those who know something. He is also here to ensure that Ling Wushuang can leave at any time. The first person, Li Shan, was the one Jiang Hao had sensed. After appraising them, Jiang Hao understood that he had no personal grudges with Li Shan, but there were some conflicts of interest. As for this Chiu Luo, he had never heard of that name. Isn't he too generous? Jiang Hao couldn't help but think. 5,000 spirit stones? How long would it take to earn that amount? It would require running into Senior Brother Duan Guan and Senior Sister Ling Tian within a few months. Otherwise, it could take several months. However, the 2 people behind him turned out to be disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heavenly Note sect, and their primary goal seemed to ensure someone named Leng Wushuang was safe. Perhaps she was the one sitting in a corner in the late stage of the return to Void Realm. What does it mean that this person can go out at any time? She was captured with everyone else. Or is it that she can decide whether she wants to stay or leave? Jiang Hao thought. She was likely the sect's top disciple. But why would a person like her be associated with senior brother Xingchen? Jiang Hao didn't believe senior brother Xingchen would involve someone of such a high status in the Bloodwish path, as that would interfere with his plans. Becoming a top disciple wasn't an ordinary feat. For example, Manlong was one such figure. He intentionally allowed the 10th spot to be taken away. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Yi ultimately failed, he wouldn't have been punished. However, the duration of that punishment was ending soon. In a few years, he would likely regain his position as the 10th top disciple. All these years, the 10th spot had remained empty. Lu Xingchen was qualified for the position, but he seemed unlikely to vie for it. 3 days passed, and still, no one from the enforcement hall came for them. No one interrogated them. More days went by and the pressure increased. Many people couldn't take it anymore. What do they want to know? Why are they tormenting us like this? We have no relationship with Xingchen. I only met him once. I'd rather be in the Lawless Tower. What kind of place is this? Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't believe some people would actually choose the Lawless Tower. Didn't they know what kind of place it was? Even formidable figures like Xuanyuan and Heavenly King Hai Luo had no way of escaping. They could only try to maintain their cultivation realm. If they couldn't do that, they would end up in the mines. For the prisoners, there was no way to escape. Amid the discontented murmurs, a sudden vibration filled the air. Following that, the door to the room opened. However, no one stepped inside. "Can we leave?" someone asked. "It should be possible." Would it count as desertion? Clearly not. The law enforcement hall has a purpose, and we just need to cooperate. The sooner it's over, the sooner we can get out. Jiang Hao thought the same. What the law enforcement hall intended to do to identify those related to senior brother Xingchen remained unclear. Soon, most of the people started heading outside. Jiang Hao was left behind. He figured he just needed to wait. However, when most of the people were gone, the return to Void Realm cultivator finally moved. An elegant lady in a white dress swished past them. Her long, back hair swayed down her back. Leng Wushuang? Some people seemed to have only noticed her now. "Senior Sister Ling?" someone exclaimed. Chapter 712. The first-ranked top disciple, Senior Sister Ling? Jiang Hao turned to look at the person who had exclaimed it was an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm disciple. When Senior Sister Ling left, many people followed her outside. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao followed suit. He blended in with the crowd and went with the flow. Before long, he appeared next to the man who had spoken earlier. He whispered, "Junior brother." "Senior brother, is there something you need?" asked the man politely when he realized Jiang Hao was at the Golden Core realm. "I just returned to the sect." "Who is that senior sister?" Jiang Hao asked in a hushed voice. "You don't know?" the man said in astonishment. Jiang Hao shook his head. "That's Senior Sister Ling. She is ranked first among the top disciples," said the man. Jiang Hao was astonished. It was actually the first top disciple, Leng Wushuang. She was from the White Moon Lake. Jiang Hao could clearly sense her cultivation realm. She was at the end of the late stage, and would soon advance to the peak of the return to Void Realm. She is so powerful that her aura carries a chill. If Bai Yi had fought her in that contest, he wouldn't just have failed, he would have died. Senior Sister Leg's presence here is unreasonable. We should just follow her. The people from the law enforcement hall wouldn't dare to do anything to her, said the man politely. Jiang Hao nodded. It was indeed unreasonable. Leng Wushuang could leave at any time. There was no way anyone could stop her. Being the first top disciple, they couldn't just imprison her without any evidence. She needed to be willing for that to happen. This was one of the benefits of being a top disciple. Jiang Hao also wanted to become a top disciple, but he had to wait for junior brother Han Ming to succeed first. Right now, the lowest-ranked top disciple was at the late or peak of Soul Ascension realm. At that time, his opponent would likely be Manlong. As for junior brother Han Ming, he had to defeat the current 9th-ranked top disciple. Then, he would become the 9th, and the previous 9th would become the 10th. Jiang Hao hoped that junior brother Han Ming would have more adventures and rise quickly. He followed Lung Wushuang outside and once again felt that this place was like an underground city. The paths branched out in all directions and were extremely wide. The people who had come out earlier were nowhere to be seen. Gradually, a mist began to rise around them. Jiang Hao didn't think too much of it and just followed Lung Wushuang. If he followed her, he wouldn't get into major trouble. Jiang Hao frowned because he noticed that the people around him were gradually diminishing. They were getting lost in the mist. Only 5 people were still following Lung Wushuang. What was strange was that 2 were at the Foundation Establishment realm, 2 were at the Golden Core realm, and 1 was at the Primordial Spirit realm. Among the people from earlier, they were definitely not the strongest. Could they sense something stronger? Or did they just sense people in the same cultivation realm? There was no way they could keep up. Jiang Hao was already prepared to follow those who had fallen behind, but before he could take action, Lung Wushuang stopped. As she turned around, the surrounding mist disappeared. 5 is enough, she said in a chilly voice. She didn't say what her intention was. At that moment, Jiang Hao and the other 4 looked at their senior sister with some confusion. Lung Wushuang turned to the disciple at the Primordial Spirit realm. What is your relationship with Xingchen? Senior brother Xingchen gave me guidance once, just once. After that, I left the sect. I just returned. The Primordial Spirit realm disciple was a woman in a blue robe. She looked nervous. Then, Lung Wushuang turned to Jiang Hao. And you? Senior brother Xingchen contacted me once. He asked about the Blood Wish path, and also some information on spirit herbs. After that, I didn't see him and only just found out that he got into some trouble, said Jiang Hao. That was the only connection they shared. Next was the Golden Core realm disciple. And you? I only asked him some questions about alchemy once. Everyone told me that senior brother Xingchen helped with issues, so I went and asked him about it. Lung Wushuang looked at the 2 Foundation Establishment realm disciples. What about you 2? I happened to meet him when I was on a mission to take care of the spirit herbs. Me too. Lung Wushuang nodded. She fell silent for a moment. I need your help with something. If you complete this task, you will be able to leave this place as soon as possible. However, if you have any problems of your own, don't even think about escaping from here. Xingchen's situation is more serious than you think. What's the task, senior? The Primordial Spirit realm disciple quickly asked. She was the only woman among the 5 people. Others were all men. She didn't mind because the combined strength of the other 4 was not a match for her. Help me find someone. Later, when the mist reappears, you will need to use the magical tool I give you to find them. The key is not to get lost. However, you don't need to worry about whether the other party is dangerous. Once you find them, I will come to you immediately. Rest assured. These dungeons have realm suppression ability, and the highest level is in my realm. Among the same realm, no one can be my match, Lung Wushuang said calmly. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. He realized that the first top disciple was indeed different. Just to be safe, Jiang Hao appraised her. Within a breath, the feedback appeared. Lung Wushuang, body of the martial god. The top-ranked disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. A true disciple of the White Moon Lake. She is at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. She came to the law enforcement hall because of the commotion. She needs a few individuals with keen perception to move in all directions. Jiang Hao was surprised. Body of the martial god? He wondered who had tried to harm senior sister. Zhou Chan Ling Wushuang couldn't find the person outside, which indicated that the person had significant power and strength. So, using this opportunity, she planned to capture the suspicious individual, and then use her cultivation to capture them. Senior sister Ling is quite concerned about senior sister Zhou Chan. Jiang Hao was surprised. In the Heavenly Note sect, there weren't many who would go to such great lengths to help a fellow disciple. This was the case in most normal immortal sects as well. But didn't we all just come from the same room just now? Asked one of the Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. No. There are 10 such rooms, and I can't get close to the others. Whenever I get close, I lose track of the person. If someone weak goes to find them, they'll be less vigilant, Ling Wushuang said. Jiang Hao nodded. It made sense, but not everyone relaxed in front of weaker foes. However, if someone was truly concealing their cultivation, he would be able to find them. Senior sister Zhou Chan was probably the best and the kindest person in the sect. If he could help her, he would. If it was beyond his ability, then he would step aside. Soon, Jiang Hao received a compass. All 5 of them received a compass each. There are 2 points in the compass. One is for you to contact me, and the other is for probing into an individual's cultivation. If the latter fails, and you find the person suspicious, you can contact me, Ling Wushuang said. What would make someone appear suspicious in this case? Someone asked. That's for you to judge for yourselves, Ling Wushuang said. Jiang Hao accepted the magical tool, and was given a map with a planned route. Chapter 713. Someone wants to fight to the death. Looking at the map, Jiang Hao noticed that they needed 6 people for this task, but they only had 5. It seems we need 6 people, said the woman at the primordial spirit realm. Yes, but only the 5 of you are here. I'll go on the 6th path myself to check it out, Ling Wushuang said. The other team members had no issues. Jiang Hao looked at the map quietly. He realized that the map was very detailed. It even marked the exits and entrances. If someone with evil intentions got their hands on the map, it would be hard to prevent them from escaping. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the map was meant for potential traitors. The exits were most likely trapped. He couldn't believe that the first top disciple would be naive enough to label the entrances and exits on the map. Let's go. There will be fog on the way. Your job is not to get lost, and if you have the ability, try to observe your surroundings, Ling Wushuang said. Jiang Hao and the others nodded, and each chose a different path to start searching. They all knew that this was not just about finding a person but also a test for them. The map marked all the exits, which might make them think about how to escape or find allies to escape with. Jiang Hao wasn't sure if the others had any hidden motives or if they had allies among them. At this point, he walked along the path to see if he could find anyone. At his current realm, he should be able to handle it. He could escape if necessary. However, he looked up at the sky above the city and had a feeling that there was something up there that was monitoring what was happening below. He would only act if he could avoid this surveillance. Hasty actions would only lead to capture, so he needed to act within his current abilities and avoid causing trouble. As they walked, the fog became denser. The naked eye and ordinary perception were useless. In the end, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and used the nameless manual to sense the changes in his surroundings. Occasionally, he encountered people on the road, but he didn't pay much attention to them. He just walked within their blind spots to ensure that he passed without being noticed. What kind of place is this? What is the law enforcement hall trying to do? Who knows? Let's find a place to hide. I heard that some fellow disciples are getting injured. Maybe people can't kill here, but they can still injure us severely. A slight misstep could ruin our future. Jiang Hao listened to their conversation and found the latter's point quite sensible. In this place they should be cautious. Otherwise, their cultivation path would come to a sudden halt, and the risks would outweigh the benefit. Jiang Hao walked quickly. Halfway through his journey, he didn't find anyone suspicious. The compass in his hand didn't change. I guess it's not easy to find them. I wonder if these people will head toward crowded areas or hide in corners. If it were me, I'd probably follow some strong people. If the situation doesn't look right, I'd hide. Jiang Hao decided that if he couldn't find anyone after finishing this part of the task, he would look around on his own. People moved from one place to another. It was possible that he would miss them on the path. In a corner of the underground tunnels, 2 young men stood against a wall. One of the younger men sighed. "We've been captured." The man with a bit of stubble on his face frowned. "They must be after me." "White Moon Lake?" asked the younger man. The man with stubble nodded. "Probably. This isn't good. I just heard that Ling Wuxuang is here." "It seems they are indeed after you," Yin said seriously. "Yeah, and the boundary suppression is here too. It's centered around her. She's determined to succeed," Nangong said in a deep voice. Yin smiled slightly. "The plan has changed. Luckily, we still have a chance to turn the tables." "A chance to turn the tables?" Nangong was momentarily stunned. "The person you're after. Is he here too?" "Yes. If he's willing to offer his blood, we won't lose," Yin said with a smile. "We're almost ready. We just need a special blood wish to connect with the blood pool and make it our own. Once that person wakes up, having enough blood wishes will break through the total talent cap. But there's a big problem." Nangong pointed to his head. "Yeah, that is a big problem. Besides, we also need to deal with the top disciple to break through the cultivation suppression, escape from the underground city, and return to the sea fog cave as quickly as possible. That way we'll be safer. After that, we'll have to find a way to enter the blood pool while avoiding the Heavenly Note sect. The most difficult part is the first one. When these people return, we'll be hunted down. But if we want to break the boundary suppression, we have to kill the top disciple. She's ruthless to the point where she treats herself as the core of everything. If she doesn't die, no one can surpass the late stage of the return to Void Realm," Yin said. "Leave that to me. No matter how strong she is, she can't win against me. If nothing else, I can take her down with me. At that time, everything else will be up to you," Nangong said. "That would be a loss." Yin frowned. "Ending it here is too hasty." "Yes." Nangong sighed. "But there's nothing we can do for now. Who would have thought the Heavenly Note sect would be this ruthless? I only contacted her just once, and Ling Wuxuang is already after me. She's indeed extraordinary. The Heavenly Note sect isn't that strong, but the people here are not to be trifled with. There are so many treasures here. What first-rate sect has so many treasures? That's so unlikely for a sect that's only about 100 years old." "Let's not dwell on that. We can't delay any longer. The more we delay, the worse it'll be for us. Do you have a way to break the surveillance from the law enforcement hall?" Nangong asked. "I brought this." Yin took out a leaf and smiled. "With this, the law enforcement hall won't be able to detect us here for a while. We have plenty of time." "A leaf that deceives the eye?" Nangong was surprised. "You actually brought this thing with you?" Yin waved the leaf. After a moment, the sky seemed to be covered by something. "Let's go," Yin whispered. They were ready to make a move. At the same time, Jiang Hao suddenly paused. From the beginning, he could sense that there were treasures in the sky above that were monitoring the situation below. It was the sole reason he didn't dare to make any sudden movements, but in an instant that sensation disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky in confusion. "Is the surveillance hidden? Or did someone block this place from surveillance? Jiang Hao thought it was the latter. Without hesitation, he concealed his presence and hid in the shadows. If it's the latter, it means someone here is ready to fight to the death. Chapter 7:14. The best way to be safe is to advance further. Jiang Hao stopped moving. Although he still held the compass in his hand, it didn't emit any noticeable aura. He decided to pay close attention to it. It must be the people that senior sisterling is looking for. I just don't know why they suddenly took action. Did they discover something or realize they have no way out? If it was the former, that would still be manageable. If it was the latter, they would resort to desperate measures. It was most likely the latter, based on the sudden disappearance of surveillance. It doesn't matter if senior sisterling doesn't find them, because they will try to find her. I'll just stay here and watch. However, his insufficient cultivation realm made him somewhat uneasy. Senior sisterling was in the late stage of the return to void realm, and the people she was looking for should also be in the same realm because of the suppression effect. Late stage of the return to void realm. Jiang Hao looked at his interface. Name: Jiang Hao. Age: 34. Cultivation: middle stage of the return to void realm. Cultivation method: Heavenly Sound 100 revolutions. Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Divine ability: 9 revolutions. Death substitution. Unique: daily appraisal, clear and pure heart, reappearance of hidden spirit, divine might, revival of withered tree, heavenly cauldron, indestructible Vajra lifeblood. 100 can be cultivated. Cultivation: 98/100 can be cultivated. Divine abilities: 1/3 cannot be obtained. Golden legend: 1/2 cannot be obtained. Just 2 blue bubbles away. He was so close. He wondered how he could find 2 bubbles to bridge the gap and advance. Without any ores, herbs, or spirit beasts here, how could he find bubbles? Should he rely on luck? That was unlikely. Even if he found 1 bubble because of luck, he would still need another. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Even though there are no ores or herbs, there are treasures here. But I wonder if this treasure has been cleaned in a long while. He also had to consider whether he would be discovered. He would be in deep trouble if that happened. It was a risky move. After some hesitation, Jiang Hao took out the 1,000 Faces treasure fan. He transformed into a scholarly-looking young man. Purple energy enveloped him at this moment. He used the breath concealment talisman and the heavenly secrets hidden talisman. Once he was done doing that, Jiang Hao placed the compass in a concealed location. If the person he wanted to find passed by, it would be easier to locate them at this spot. Then, it would depend on whether senior sisterling could arrive in time. He believed that she would agree with his thoughts. After that, Jiang Hao disappeared from his original spot. He headed for the sky. It was now close to midnight, and his divine ability would be available soon. If everything worked out, he could appraise the treasure. With the concealment talismans that he had used, there should be no one in the area who could see through him. Upon reaching high up, Jiang Hao slowed further down. He still didn't sense any magical treasure, nor did he feel like he was being spied upon. When he looked down from that vantage, he saw a fist-sized iron ball. It had spiritual energy fluctuations on it. On top of the iron ball, there was a leaf that seemed to conceal its power. Jiang Hao waited till it was after midnight for his ability to regenerate. He then used it. Heavenly Essence True Eye, a complementary treasure to the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. It can see through disguises and peer into the secrets of the heavens. In a non-activated state, it can sense changes in spiritual energy and general movement in the surroundings. Currently, it's covered by a leaf that deceives the eye and cannot sense the surroundings. It can still detect something if spiritual energy touches it. Heavenly Essence True Eye? If it was related to the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror, then it wasn't a fake. Jiang Hao was surprised, but he felt that this was a good thing. If it were a fake, it would be hard to obtain a blue bubble. Furthermore, the fact that it was in a non-activated state provided him with an opportunity. I wonder if it has ever been cleaned. Jiang Hao walked over and touched it with his hand. There was no dust covering it. However, it felt like it hadn't been touched in many years. "I'll give it a try." Because he had suppressed his spiritual energy, he wouldn't be detected when touching it. He took out a cloth that had been used to wipe the heavenly blade and Xuanyuan sword, and began to wipe the heavenly essence gently. He was careful not to accidentally touch the leaf. Otherwise, he would be detected in an instant. After wiping it halfway, a bubble popped up. Cultivation +1. There's one. Jiang Hao continued to wipe. Soon, another bubble fell from it. Strength +1. It's just a white one. What a pity. Jiang Hao continued wiping the treasure. Soon, he was almost done, but no extra bubbles popped up. Jiang Hao was a little worried. What if no more bubbles appeared? The moment he finished wiping, another blue bubble spawned. Cultivation +1. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he packed up his belongings and returned to the underground tunnels. He took out his heavenly blade and dug a hole in a spot. Then, he hid inside. He also took out the Immortal Mountain Sea shield and placed it around him. This was to prevent anyone from approaching and to guard against sudden attacks. There were no strong individuals in this place who had surpassed the return to Void Realm. It would take a long time for an attacker to break through the defenses of the Immortal Mountain Sea shield. Jiang Hao extracted all of his cultivation and lifeblood. His body was filled with immense spiritual energy and lifeblood, and the Hongmeng Sutra began to circulate. Ling Wushuang stood in the mist and sensed everything around her. It's been so long. I'm starting to get anxious. She glared at the sky. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? In my cultivation realm, even if you were once immortal, you'll be defeated. She suddenly sensed something that surprised her. Is this a deliberate attempt to lure me over? Whose compass is this? She used her perception and found out that it was Jiang Hao's compass. He doesn't seem like someone stupid. With so many achievements, he definitely knows how to protect himself. Is that why he threw away the compass? Ling Wushuang wondered. She didn't care. Sometimes, leaving something behind could have a better effect than carrying it around. Moreover, she had also placed these things elsewhere. The 5 people were just a part of the puzzle. How could she place all her hopes on these 5 people? Without thinking further, she took a step in the direction of the compass. Did he set up a trap to lure me there? Ling Wushuang smiled and quickly disappeared from her original spot. On the other side of the tunnel, Nangong Huo looked at the compass. She really doesn't take us seriously. She's coming over so confidently without any regard for the traps we've set up here. She's the top disciple. Of course, she is confident. Perhaps a little overconfident, Yin Wei frowned. I have to go find Jiang Hao. If he's here, it won't take long for me to find him. You better hurry. I'm not sure about the situation here, said Nangong Huo seriously. Ling Wushuang's confidence made him uneasy. He didn't want to underestimate her. The traps still needed to be set up. Winning safely was the best course of action for now. Chapter 7:15. Bloom in Massacre. Ling Wushuang walked along the passage. She walked fast. Whenever she passed, there was a feeling of lingering chill as if the mist was getting denser. That condensed fog had immense power. After some time, she arrived near the compass. When she stopped, she saw a compass in the middle of the path. It looked as though it was left carelessly. There were various spiritual fluctuations around the compass. A remarkable method. These spiritual fluctuations seemed ordinary, but they gave a clear sense of threat. Ling Wushuang approached the compass without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she reached the edge of the compass. She immediately reached out and picked up the compass. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, and an enormous force swept in like a tide with every breath. It could completely engulf her within a single breath. Suddenly, the chilly breath spread, followed by a cracking sound. Everything froze. In the blink of an eye, the surging power turned into ice. Layer upon layer of cold waves crashed. Ling Wuxuang was like a leaf in the vast sea. She was about to be devoured. At that moment, Nangong Hor appeared amidst the waves. Ling Wuxuang, you're overconfident for your own good. You knew it was a trap, and you knew where the trap was, yet you willingly walked into it. You are the most arrogant person I've ever met. You are arrogant to the point of foolishness. Ling Wuxuang smiled. Am I really arrogant? If I weren't arrogant, how could you dare to come out? If I didn't enter the trap and put myself at a disadvantage, would you have shown yourself? By giving you hope, I was able to find you. In that case, you shall die. Nangong Hor roared. Ling Wuxuang looked at everything without emotion, and her aura surged. At that moment, the coldness in her eyes intensified. Why bother? In my realm, you are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She raised her hand and pressed it toward the 1,000 waves. Crack! An extremely cold power burst forth and then spread madly. Waves that approached were frozen in an instant, and the freezing spread through the waves like an infection. Nangong Hor was not surprised. He clenched his fists and struck the ground. Break! Boom! Countless earth spikes rose from the ground and broke the ice. They shattered the frozen extensions. Powerful forces collided and caused tremors in the surrounding area. Ling Wuxuang frowned. You're not alone. The power here exceeds your capability. Ha ha ha! Nangong Hor laughed. Can you guess how many of us are here? 10? 8? Can you guess if they are watching you secretly and ready to attack at any sign of weakness? Trying to fluster me? Ling Wuxuang moved lightly forward, and her figure disappeared like a gust of cold wind. She reappeared in front of Nangong Hor, as the coldness emanated from her palm. How is that working out for you? The sudden palm strike made Nangong Hor's vision blur. Then, he clenched his fists and covered his arms with flames. Boom! The two forces collided, and both of them retreated a bit. However, Ling Wuxuang disappeared again and launched another attack. Her figure kept appearing and disappearing, and suddenly launched continuous attacks on Nangong Hor. He could only try to counterattack by using 1,000 waves to defend himself. However, the freezing power continued to suppress the wave. Nangong Hor gritted his teeth, and flames erupted all over his body. He used his secret techniques and instantly caught up with her. He also used his previous advantages to begin a counterattack. His strength was formidable, as though he had risen from the dead. Ling Wuxuang was astonished. He was determined to win. Under the waves, the two forces clashed continuously. One used fists to attack, while the other used palm strike. Fists and palms alternated, and their powers clashed. It caused deafening explosions. The surrounding buildings collapsed as a result. The pressure of the powerful forces exhausted Nangong Hor, but it also reignited his long-lost fighting spirit. Ling Wuxuang, I have been through hundreds of battles and am still alive. You are destined to lose to me. Ling Wuxuang took a step back and suddenly smiled. You've gone through hundreds of battles? Is that something to be proud of? Just 100 battles. Do you know what I've been through? As she spoke, she attacked again, and the power in her hand became even more icy. I was born in a demonic sect and had to fight with others to become stronger. One day, our sect faced a calamity, and someone came to exterminate the sect. Do you know how desperate I was? After being severely injured, I thought I was going to die, but then my master found me and took me with her. I thought I had joined a righteous sect, but it turned out to be another demonic sect. The battles didn't stop. They were even more terrifying than before. Ling Wuxuang's aura surged, and she rose into the air. Back then, we fought almost every month. I was weak and forced to fight people stronger than me, but I survived every time. After that, I became stronger through every battle. I emerged from a pile of corpses, walked through a river of blood, and killed so many people that it exceeded the number of people in my previous sect. The Heavenly Note sect has 10 top disciples. Do you know how we became top disciples? It's because there were only a few of us, and over these decades of continuous warfare, we blossomed in the midst of slaughter. Ling Wushuang looked down at Nangonghuo with an icy gaze. I don't know how strong you were before, but sooner or later I will surpass you. At your peak you are not my equal. Similarly, at our level, you will be nothing more than my defeated subordinate. Nangonghuo looked at the woman in midair and felt shocked. The coldness emanating from her was not from an ordinary sect disciple. It was the result of countless experiences of life and death. In just a few hundred years, how many battles did the sect fight? Suddenly, Nangonghuo remembered that the Heavenly Note sect had either actively participated in conflicts or been besieged by others in recent years. They had indeed been in continuous warfare. But the fact that others were strong did not mean he was weak. Ling Wushuang still had to die. In an instant, 2 immense forces erupted and shook the surroundings. Time passed very fast. Jiang Hao was unaware of how long it had been. He felt the strength in his body gradually gathering. A significantly increased spiritual energy circulated throughout his entire being. This newfound power brought him great joy. Before long, his breathing steadied. Jiang Hao emerged from his meditation. As he opened his eyes, he realized he had successfully advanced. Without hesitation, he swiftly refined the remaining cultivation to strengthen his powers. Having just advanced, his strength was not yet sufficient. Fighting without refining the cultivation properly could prove fatal. Fortunately, it didn't have any impact on him. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Luckily, my cultivation has stabilized. Jiang Hao was quite pleased, though he needed time to familiarize himself with this new stage of his cultivation realm. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura flashed. An icy, cold aura? Jiang Hao put away the immortal mountain sea shield. He felt the chill in the air. It must be senior sister Ling. She's so powerful. He couldn't help but be in awe as he looked into the distance. The situation had escalated to a degree that might have attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall. After some hesitation, he removed all signs of his cultivation and reverted to his normal state. His cultivation was now at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. With the law enforcement hall, there was no need to worry about the situation. If someone caused trouble, his actual cultivation realm was enough to handle it. The immediate priority was to find a place to hide. Moments later, Jiang Hao arrived at a nearby building and planned to wait there for a while to assess the situation. He would then consider his next move. However, shortly after stopping, he noticed someone approaching. Furthermore, he heard a voice. "Junior brother Jiang, you are more difficult to find than I expected." Chapter 7:16. The Heaven Lock Technique. Jiang Hao frowned when he saw the person appear suddenly. The other party's concealed aura was incredibly strong. Among the many undercover agents, few could surpass this person. Moreover, their strength seemed as bright as the sun in the darkness. They were disguised as a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. A Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator calls me junior brother? Jiang Hao looked at the person. Do we know each other? It was not uncommon for a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator to address him as junior brother, but this person must have known him from way before. For instance, senior sister Xuanyuan was still in the late stage or peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Even now, he addressed her as senior sister. If they hadn't known each other before, Jiang Hao might have addressed her as junior sister instead. He didn't recognize this person. He would surely remember if he had met someone this powerful before. Oh, I was hasty. Yin Wei then adjusted his cultivation to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Is this acceptable if I want to call you junior brother? Jiang Hao nodded. He had intended to use his daily appraisal ability to identify the person, but he realized that his recent advancement had gone so smoothly that it was already late at night. Junior brother, what trouble did you cause that made you hide so well? Yin Wei asked curiously. Who are you, senior brother? Jiang Hao asked. Yin Wei said politely. Yin Wei. Jiang Hao was surprised. Why were you looking for me, senior brother? Rumble. In the distance there was a tremor of power. Jiang Hao could sense that the two powers were clashing, and the cold dominated everything. Yin Wei also noticed it. He sighed. The top disciple of the Heavenly Note sect is indeed remarkable. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Senior Sister Ling's strength is truly astonishing. The top 10 disciples were all quite extraordinary, at least in terms of combat. Even someone as powerful as Senior Brother Bai Yi or Senior Brother Xingchen would be inadequate when compared to the top 10 disciples. They weren't weak themselves. One was the peak master of alchemy, and the other had created a unique path of the Blood Wish path. Compared to them, his only advantages were faster cultivation and some decent combat ability. Do you know how strong she is? Yin Wei asked curiously. I do. Jiang Hao nodded. Yin Wei had been observing him for some time, so there was no need to hide things from him. Being the subject of someone's attention was not a good thing and could easily lead to danger. Therefore, many times, he would eliminate potential threats in advance. I see, Yin Wei said. I don't have much time left, so I want to take you out of here. Take me out of here? Jiang Hao asked. But why? Because of the Blood Wish path. I need a special kind of blood, said Yin Wei truthfully. A special kind of blood? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. But I don't use the Blood Wish path. Perhaps you truly don't know, Yin Wei as he stared at Jiang Hao. You are definitely suited for the Blood Wish path. If you earn it, you definitely won't be an ordinary cultivator in the Blood Wish path. Do I have a talent for it? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. I've seen many practitioners of the Blood Wish path, and none of them are like you, Yin Wei said. So, even if you're not a Blood Wish path practitioner, I still want to take you with me. Jiang Hao understood that whether he was a Blood Wish path practitioner or not was now irrelevant. Yin Wei would take him along anyway. Moreover, it appeared that Senior Sister Ling was looking for Yin Wei's group. After thinking for a moment, he asked, If I go with you, what will happen to me? You will die, Yin Wei said truthfully. With a sigh, Jiang Hao said, In that case, I can't agree to the offer, senior brother. I know. That's why I'll use force if you don't come with me willingly. Yin Wei took a step forward. However, he suddenly stepped back. Jiang Hao was startled. Senior brother, you are quite impressive. What ist happened? Yin Wei asked. He had nearly been sealed away. It's my divine ability, said Jiang Hao. Yin Wei was the first person to escape from his heavenly cauldron. He was far from ordinary. Divine ability? It's so powerful. Yin Wei seemed to have realized something. You're not really in the Golden Core realm, are you? I'm not. Jiang Hao shook his head. You're in your 30s, right? Yin Wei asked. Yes. You're really not a practitioner of the Blood Wish path? Then, how did you advance so quickly? Jiang Hao lowered his head but didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at the other person. At that moment, he had a blade in his hand. It was the primordial heavenly blade. Do you know who I am? Yin Wei asked curiously. You're a member of the Saint Bandits from the Heavenly Spirit tribe, Jiang Hao said. Yes. Do you know what our goal is? To break the limits of the races and achieve unity under the heavens. You know that. Yin Wei was shocked, but the next moment the other person vanished. He quickly defended his vulnerable spot. Sure enough, a blade swept near his neck, but he narrowly avoided it. The attack was very powerful. If he hadn't dodged it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was about to retreat, but Jiang Hao appeared once again. The blade swung. There was a flash of moonlight. Yin Wei frowned. "Junior brother, you're getting too close. You're not taking me seriously." Then, he formed 2 fingers into a sword and stabbed. The knife was severed from his left hand, but his right hand had already touched Jiang Hao's body. With a clank, both of them took a step back. Yin Wei was astonished. What just happened? An impenetrable defense? However, the opponent's blade struck again. It descended like 100,000 mountains, and the terrifying power of it left him in awe. Both were in the late stage of return to Void Realm. The opponent's power was somewhat strange. Not daring to hold back any longer, Yin Wei crushed his own heart and allowed the stolen power to flow throughout his body. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his arm became as strong as a pillar. It struck back against the terrifying blade. Boom! Both sides were forced to retreat a few steps, but Yin Wei knew the opponent would attack again and was prepared for it. Suddenly, a surge of even greater power erupted. A figure moved with incredible speed behind him. A blade pierced through his body before he could react. It was so fast that he hadn't even gotten the time to react. What kind of return to Void Realm practitioner was this? Just when he was about to fight back, the figure appeared in front of him. The sword pierced his body. Then, more swords shot out from all directions. It pierced his limbs and ran through his body. Finally, a long spear pinned him to the stone wall. He was about to run out of time. He no longer hesitated and was ready to self-destruct to alert Nangong Hua. Hopefully, he would be able to escape. This person was terrifying. Fortunately, his self-destruction process wouldn't be interrupted. It was a talent given to him. If he decided to self-destruct, only he could stop the process and no one else. In an instant, his talent ignited. A power erupted. "You can't stop this. Run!" Yin Wei shouted. His main goal was not to kill the opponent. He was self-destructing to give Nangong Hua a slim chance at survival. His self-destruction would trigger a series of effects. However, just as he thought his self-destruction ability was about to succeed, a hand pressed on his chest. The previously raging power was suddenly quelled. The explosion had been stopped. The person who had stopped it was none other than Jiang Hao. How is this possible? In his understanding, there was only one person capable of stopping the explosion of self-destructive talent, someone who had learned the Heaven Lock technique. At that moment, he looked at Jiang Hao again, and his mind was in turmoil. Chapter 7:17. I'm in a hurry, so I won't keep you long. When Jiang Hao took out the heavenly blade, he was already thinking about how to kill his opponent. Yin Wei was different from all the others he had fought. His perception was extraordinarily strong. It was so strong that even the heavenly cauldron couldn't hold him. A person like him had to be treated with caution. Therefore, he chose to attack when Yin Wei was in shock. However, even that approach had failed. It was nearly impossible to strike a fatal blow. So, he decided to target Yin Wei's body, injure him, and severely weaken him before delivering the final blow. He also needed to be prepared for his opponent's self-destruction ability. However, Yin Wei's self-destruction ability was unique and couldn't be stopped easily. But there was something familiar about it. It was related to Heaven Lock. After realizing that, he understood that this self-destruction ability was unique to the Saint Bandits. For anyone else, this might not be a problem, but Yin Wei's self-destruction was exceptionally powerful and made him uneasy. In the same realm, he had never encountered such a formidable individual before. Luckily, He had learned the heaven lock technique, which allowed him to stop the explosion in time. Otherwise, he might have drawn unwanted attention from others. How did you learn heaven lock? Yin couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the man before him. From the beginning, this person had been unusually calm. Yin was startled. It seemed that nothing could faze Jiang Hao. I saw it and then I learned it, Jiang Hao said calmly. Saw it? Heaven lock? Did you find it somewhere? Did you learn it just by seeing it once? Yin was in disbelief. Jiang Hao nodded slowly but didn't answer. In an instant, Yin felt despair. What had he been thinking? He had been trying to kill someone who knew heaven lock. The entire world was filled with practitioners of the blood wish path, but when it came to heaven lock, there was only one. No matter how talented or knowledgeable a person was, if they couldn't learn heaven lock, then they couldn't use it at all. There was no other way. Do you know why I wanted to learn the blood wish path? Yin asked. Why? Jiang Hao asked. Because of the blood pool. Do you know about the blood pool? Yin asked. The blood pool under the devil's den? Jiang Hao asked. It seems you do. Yes, that's the blood pool. It nurtures the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Back in the day, countless powerhouses bled, and various races fought. The blood pool was used for it all. Nowadays, it's a gathering place for all races. If you can control the blood pool, you essentially gain the right to influence the talents of all races. But you need to be careful of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. If it's taken, the person who holds it will gain control over the blood pool, Yin said. His voice got weaker. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and realized that time was running out. He appraised Yin. Yin knew too much at this point. Jiang Hao needed to see if the opponent had any hidden cards. If so, he had to figure out how to deal with any potential threat. If there were none, he could ensure that the opponent understood why he was going to die. Yin a member of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. He is also a saint bandit. He woke up from the deep sea. In the underground city, his cultivation realm was suppressed to the late stage of the return to Void Realm. Right now, he is grateful that hell die by your hands and not the other way around. Someone who knows the heaven lock technique is a glimmer of hope for the saint bandit. No one among the saint bandits would willingly become your enemy. He shared the information about the blood pool and the blood wish path because he wanted to plant a seed in your heart, a seed that could revolutionize the world of cultivation. You don't have to act on it, but you should be aware that you have the potential. Perhaps one day you will take action. He is prepared to die here. Even though his plan has failed, he gained more knowledge and insight from this encounter. Jiang Hao was surprised by the high status of the heaven lock technique among the saint bandit. Nonetheless, it was understandable considering its extraordinary nature. He was also fortunate that Yin had no avatars or hidden card. This way, everything would end here, and no one would know any better. That was the most important thing. Jiang Hao was also concerned about the blood pool. It was the place where the heavenly fate misfortune pearl originated. It was no wonder he could enter the pool without any difficulties. He had the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. That was why he had been able to control that place so effortlessly. If your people use the blood pool, will it affect the person who has the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Jiang Hao asked. There's no need for us to do anything to them. People who possess the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, even if it is sealed, will be influenced by the pearl. They'll eventually perish, Yin said weakly. Jiang Hao sighed and then took out the pearl. Can you just answer me? Upon seeing the pearl, Yin first looked stunned and terrified. It didn't seem surprising to him, but he was still horrified to see the pearl so close. What kind of monster was he after? Will the blood pool affect it? Jiang Hao asked once more. No, because the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is the core of everything. The blood pool is controlled by the pearl, Yin said as he looked at Jiang Hao with fear. With the heavenly fate misfortune pearl in his possession, there was no need for the blood wish path. This man. He was a natural saint bandit. Is there anything else you want to say? Jiang Hao asked. If the heavenly fate misfortune pearl really wasn't affected by the blood pool, everything was fine. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. He felt like he had no control over his life and death. After all, if the heavenly fate misfortune pearl made too much commotion, he wouldn't be able to suppress it, which would lead to dire consequences. So, avoiding contact with the saint bandits was of utmost importance. He needed to quickly resolve the matters here and then hide. Once Senior Sister Lung's task was completed, there was a chance that he could leave from here. With the assurance of the top disciple regarding his contribution, the law enforcement hall won't be able to hold him here for long. The person who's fighting the top disciple is also one of our people. Right now, he might be considering self-destruction. I hope you can go and see him. Yin Wei lowered his head to look at the bloodstains on his body. I'm not asking you to save him, but I hope you can stop him from self-destructing. It won't benefit you if Ling Wushuang dies. If she dies, the sect will use the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror to find out what happened. Jiang Hao lowered his head. If he hadn't taken action, he wouldn't have to care about the Divine Mirror. However, now that he had fought, the mirror would give him away. It seems I don't have much time left, Jiang Hao said while looking at Yin Wei. Yes, you don't have much time left. Yin Wei nodded. Then, his sword rose and fell. I'm in a hurry, so I won't keep you long. The heavenly cauldron dissipated. A fan fell into Jiang Hao's hand and he vanished from the spot. On the other side, Ling Wushuang was covered in blood. Some of that blood was hers, but most of it was of someone else's. You lost, she said icily as she stared at the man in front of her without emotion. I really didn't expect you to be this strong, said Nangonghua. He was covered in injuries. How did you even sense me? My junior sister is unique. It wasn't me who found you. It was her, said Ling Wushuang calmly. I merely noticed her unusual situation and, in passing, helped her resolve her troubles. Chapter 718. I am a good person, she can sense me? Nangonghua was a little surprised. Don't be surprised. There are many things you don't know, that's why you're here in this state, said Ling Wushuang calmly. What about you? Nangonghua sneered. Do you think you'll die here? No, you will die here, Ling Wushuang said confidently. Nangonghua burst into laughter. You're really confident. What now? How do you plan to deal with me? Nangonghua first ignited his own cultivation and then ignited the talent bestowed upon him. Since I started following that person, I knew that I would end up here. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of dying in vain. Getting to kill a genius like you is good enough for me. I have no regrets. The flames burned, and a powerful force erupted. If he succeeded, he would destroy everything around him. Ling Wushuang would naturally not let him succeed. In an instant, an icy aura spread and rushed toward Nangonghua. It rapidly extinguished the flames on him. You think this is enough? You can't stop me! Nangonghua shouted. Then, the flames grew even hotter, and the fierce aura became even more intense than before. Is that so? Ling Wushuang's voice was cold. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding mist moved with her. Why do you think this mist exists? From the beginning, you've been in my domain. Extreme chill began to gather from all directions. Nangonghua was enveloped by the cold air, and the mist emanated from him as if he had it in his body from the very beginning. At that moment, Ling Wushuang's eyes glowed faintly, and many runes appeared on her body. Her power began to increase. The body of the martial god appeared. Within her domain, no one could self-destruct. Nangonghua was stunned. He was frozen now, and his power couldn't erupt. It was a stalemate. The only fortunate thing was that his self-destructive ability was accumulating and weakening the opponent's power. It's useless. You can't stop me. His divine sense transmitted a voice. Ling Wushuang walked over to him. She was covered in runes. This is not an ordinary self-destruction ability. Otherwise, it would have been extinguished by now. She sighed. At that moment, she could only suppress it for a while and couldn't entirely stop it. Once the power of the body of the martial god dissipated, this place would be blown apart by powerful force. It was quite troublesome. Nangonghua also sighed inwardly. He thought he could take the person in front of him down with him, but he had underestimated her. At that moment, there was no one to stop the person in front of him from leaving. If she escaped far away from here, his self-destruction would be meaningless. Now, he could only rely on Yin-Wei. "Are you thinking about Yin-Wei?" asked a voice. This sudden and clear voice made him pause. Even Ling Wushuang was surprised. They looked toward the source of the voice. It was a scholarly-looking young man with a beautiful fan. He seemed frail, but his aura was exceptionally strong. He was at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. At that moment, they didn't know whether the person in front of them was truly in the late stage of the return to Void Realm, or if his aura had been suppressed to that realm. "Who are you?" Ling Wushuang asked. "I came here to find him." Jiang Hao pointed to the frozen Nangonghua with his folded fan. "Is he an accomplice?" Ling Wushuang asked. "No. His accomplice did send me here, though," said Jiang Hao. "Yin-Wei?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "Where's Yin-Wei?" asked Nangonghua. Jiang Hao smiled. "I was short on time, so I didn't keep him hanging on for long." "What do you mean?" Nangonghua asked. "He might be waiting for you," Jiang Hao said. "He asked me to tell you to give up your self-destruction. He is waiting for you to go with him." "Impossible. You are no match for Yin-Wei at all." Nangonghua was in disbelief. He knew Yin-Wei's strength very well and was sure that he couldn't be killed so easily. "Yes, he was just as confident as you at first, but he changed his mind later." Jiang Hao approached Nangonghua. He placed his hand on Nangonghua's chest. Nangonghua, who was about to respond sarcastically, suddenly froze. Then, he stared at Jiang Hao. He looked scared. Soon, the flames of his self-destructive ability began to dissipate little by little. Nangonghua wasn't angry anymore. He looked at Jiang Hao and said with a bitter smile, "Has Yin-Wei already gone before me?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. At that point, his mission was complete. The self-destruction had been prevented. I see. It was kind of him to send you here." "Thank you," said Nangonghua. "He knew it before me." "We don't have much time, and I won't keep you either," Jiang Hao said calmly. "Yes, I need to go find Yin-Wei as well," Nangonghua said. Then, a blade swung down. Jiang Hao turned and left, while Nangonghua crumbled like shattered ice. Ling Wushuang, who had been silent all along, remained so even after Nangonghua's death. It was only when she saw Jiang Hao was about to leave that she asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Hao turned to look at his senior sister and smiled. "Me? Am a good person. I was worried that Yin-Wei wouldn't have any company, so I came here to make sure he had his friend with him in death." Ling Wushuang furrowed her eyebrows slightly but didn't say anything. The man in front of her left on his own. In an instant, he disappeared. There was no way to perceive his disappearance. There was no trace of him anywhere. It was only at this moment that Ling Wushuang lowered her gaze to look at Nangonghua. She then picked up his storage treasure. So powerful, yet not even a single spirit stone? In a corner of the underground city, Jiang Hao's figure slowly appeared. Then, a ring flew up and landed on his wrist. He had left it there earlier so that senior sister Ling wouldn't know where he escaped from. This way there wouldn't be any suspicions. Of course, the most important thing was that smiling Xing had left that way, not him. If someone wanted to investigate the matter, they would only find smiling Xing. That wouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Hao. After making sure there were no issues in the surroundings, Jiang Hao looked up into the sky. He activated a spell. He then reached into the sky. Soon, a leaf fell from above and landed in his hand. It was the leaf that could deceive the eye. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.